Chapter 301. Luyin was shocked. The Great Yu Empire? I'm not sure. It's possible, but it's also possible that it's not. So after that incident you sent me to Earth and even gave me a fake identity as King Zishan's descendant just to get close to the Great Yu Empire and investigate whether or not they're from the Yu family. Luyin was slowly understanding the truth. That's right. It's not just us. The Neo-Human Alliance has never given up on searching for the Yu family. They've also investigated the Great Yu Empire quite extensively. Wait, if the 7 courts are one of the 3 dark hands, then why are you investigating them? Aren't you courting death? Luyin was puzzled. He was well aware of his family's strength. Even some of the more powerful organizations in the Innerverse would struggle, let alone the 3 dark hands. If the 7 courts were at their peak, then of course no one would dare to investigate them. However, the 7 courts have weakened and many of their surnames have disappeared. You don't need to know the specifics. All you need to know is that we sent you to the Great Yu Empire to investigate this matter. However, from the looks of it, the Yushan family shouldn't be from the Yu family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been massacred by the Neo-Human Alliance. Luyin fell silent. He was wrong. He was certain that the Yushan family definitely belonged to the Yu family. Otherwise, where had the secret technique come from? The 7 courts in the Yu family. It was no wonder why Silver had paid so much attention to the Great Yu Empire. There were many experts in the Great Yu Empire, and all of them had been nurtured by undying Yushan. He had once been a descendant of the 3 dark hands, so it wasn't difficult for him to nurture a few space-exploring experts. If it weren't for the fact that the undying duo had caused a stir in the Innerverse, no one would have paid attention to the Great Yu Empire. Many powers have hidden the undying manual in the Great Yu Empire, but the true value of the manual lies in the Yu family. If we can prove that the Yushan family is one of the 7 courts, the Yu surname, then we'll have a lot of fun. You won't be able to understand what kind of shocking inheritance the Yu family has. I understand very well, and I've even learned it. Luyin wanted to say this, but he didn't dare. His gadget could be monitored. He trusted his family, but he didn't trust the gadget's technology. Otherwise, Big Sis wouldn't have remained silent. Uncle, since we've already proven that the Yushan family isn't part of the Yu family, do I still need to stay in the Great Yu Empire? Big Sis said that you should properly control the Great Yu Empire, get a wife and give birth to a child. That's more important than anything else, and it'll help us keep some descendants alive. By the way, that Wendy Yushan isn't bad. Big Sis asked me to ask you if you want to snatch her away and forcefully take care of her. She's a woman, and as long as you complete the final step, she'll be yours. Luyin was speechless. She's also a woman. No, she's more like a man. Big Sister heard that, said Lin Feng. Uncle, you tricked me. Luyin howled. He could already imagine the fate of that valiant woman in the future, and it would definitely be miserable. All right, we've finished discussing the Great Yu Empire's matters. Now it's your turn. Little 7, it won't be easy to gain control of the Outerverse Youth Council. That Puyu isn't simple, and it'll be difficult even for the family to deal with him. Don't be hasty and take things one step at a time. Luyin calmly replied, I know. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'm confident that I can deal with Puyu. I've already planted a spy by his side. What? You've planted a spy by Puyu's side? Uncle Reuben was shocked. Luyin's lips curled up. A spy from the Neo-Human Alliance was definitely enough to make Puyu doubt himself. In any case, be careful of Puyu and don't underestimate him. Time is limited, so I won't say anything else. One last thing. The human domain, the astral beast domain, and the lost technocracy will be joining forces to hold the tournament of the strongest. The top 4 of your Astral Combat Academy, the Astral Beast Domain's Spiritual Academy, and the technocracy's androids will all be participating. Most importantly, there might be experts from the Cosmic Sea participating as well, and one of them has been recognized as a 10 Arbiters candidate. You have to be careful. Luyin was confused and he wanted to ask more questions, but he realized that the call had ended. He helplessly put down his gadget. Had the top 4 finally arrived? The cosmic tournament was a show of strength. Was this the opportunity? To be honest, Luyin was a little excited. He felt that he had reached the end of his path as a limiter. Many people had said that he could rival the 10 Arbiters when they were at the same level, but he did not know if that was true. The 10 Arbiters were the 10 Arbiters because no one in their age group could compare to them. However, recently one 10 arbiters candidate after another had appeared. It was as if the 10 arbiters level was something that could be easily touched. This gave Lu Yin a surreal feeling. The 10 arbiters were products of an era, and they would not be the 10 arbiters if they were so easily touched. Lu Yin really wanted to fight against the universe's top limiters and take another step forward. Perhaps he would be able to rival the 10 arbiters or even surpass them. Lu Yin unblocked the monkey who was already used to it. He weakly said, "Seventh bro, how many times have I told you? We're one and your secrets are my secrets. Why must you block me? I'm very pure and kind." Lu Yin calmly replied, "Have you heard of the 7 courts? 7 courts? Why does it sound so familiar? I think I've heard of it before." The monkey sounded very surprised and confused. After a while he exclaimed, "I remember now. I once read about it in a powerhouse's autobiography, and it mentioned the 7 courts. However, it was just a name and nothing else. Why did you bring it up?" "The 7 courts is one of the 3 dark hands," Lu Yin said in a low voice. The monkey was shocked. The 3 dark hands? No wonder that powerhouse's burial ground was so difficult to enter. The monkey seemed to realize that he had let something slip and he coughed twice. "So, 7th bro, what's the power behind you? Tell me and I might have heard of it. What's the surname of that powerhouse that you saw?" Lu Yin asked. The monkey thought about it. "I don't remember, but there was a character in his autobiography. Ku. His surname was Ku? Was that one of the 7 surnames?" Lu Yin wondered if any of the 7 surnames were primeval. "7th bro, you still haven't told me where the power behind you comes from. Is it very powerful?" "But if they know about the 3 dark hands, then they're doing pretty well in your human universe. Tell me about the strength of the other 4 academy masters of the spiritual academy," Lu Yin suddenly said. The monkey was confused. "Why are you asking about them? They've all been defeated by me, so don't worry about them." Ding. A notification popped up. This was a compulsory notification. The last time Lu Yin had received such a notification was when Astral 10 had arrived and when Wendy Yushan had become a member of the Outerverse Youth Council. Lu Yin of Astral 10 is to return to the Astral Combat Academy immediately and prepare for the Cosmic Academy's Tournament of the Strongest in 2 months. The participants will come from the Human Domain's Astral Combat Academy, the Astral Beast Domain's Spiritual Academy, the Technocracy's Androids and the Cosmic Sea. You must represent the human domain and strive for glory. May the 10 Arbiters Council prosper. Lu Yin took a deep breath as the official notification had arrived. "See for yourself." "What? Those 4 from the Spiritual Academy are also participating in the Human Domain's tournament? Damn, why didn't anyone inform me? I'm the strongest. Those trash." The monkey was furious and kept cursing. Lu Yin frowned and ignored the monkey as he immediately contacted Mira. Not long after the call ended, the 10 Arbiters Council had officially announced that Mira would temporarily take over the Outerverse Youth Council's matters since she was currently in East San Dios. Lu Yin changed his route and returned to Frostwave Weave's Astral 10 to prepare for the Tournament of the Strongest. There weren't many participants in this tournament, but the fact that the 10 Arbiters Council had officially announced this meant that the tournament's influence far exceeded the Astral Combat Tournament. It was a gathering of the strongest students from all the top academies in the universe. The tournament's proceedings wouldn't be limited to just the human domain, but also the Astral Beast domain, the Technocracy and even the Cosmic Sea. The rewards would definitely be generous. If he could achieve good results in this tournament, Lu Yin had a feeling that his status would rise again. This was a glory for the entire human race and he might even be able to obtain some honor points. 2 honor points could cause a qualitative change, and Lu Yin remembered Uncle Ruben mentioning that this was a rare opportunity. "Alright, since they're so heartless, then don't blame me for being merciless." The monkey finally finished cursing and paused for a moment before saying, "7th bro, let me introduce those 4 to you. Hehe, they don't even know how much I know about them, especially Fengjiu. Every time she transforms, that figure, that face and that sacred tricolor light, it's simply amazing." "Hurry up and tell me," Lu Yin urged. The monkey coughed. "First is Hua Yishu. His true form is a golden green-eyed rat that's only the size of a palm, but he can devour everything. His teeth are his greatest weapons and he can stuff things that are countless times his size into his mouth. This thing's father once devoured a firebird from your human phoenix family, and he's considered a mortal enemy by the phoenix family. He's extremely fast and speed is the key to dealing with him. 7th bro, you should have no problem dealing with him. Next is Embermane. His real name is the Karmic Flame Mink and he's a flaming mink. Rumor has it that he was born from a source box and was born with a ball of fire that can burn everything. This guy isn't to be trifled with, so you have to be careful when dealing with him. Don't let the flames touch you. Lu Yin interrupted. Karmic Flame Mink? Why is it so similar to the Blaze Realm's inherited battle technique, the Karmic Flame Sword? Hehe, you've asked the right person. Others definitely don't know about this, but I've secretly investigated its background several times. This guy is constantly thinking about your human Blaze Realm, so it might really be related to the Karmic Flame Sword. The monkey laughed strangely. Lu Yin frowned as he had not forgotten how Eriker had used the Karmic Flame Sword, but he had been defeated by Feng Shang before he could even use it. However, it was undeniable that the Karmic Flame Sword was extremely powerful, and Feng Shang would not have been able to block it if Eriker had used it. If this Karmic Flame Mink was connected to the Karmic Flame Sword, then that would be terrifying. Continue, Lu Yin said calmly. The third is called Feng Jiao and she's from the Celestial Ice Phoenix clan, which is ranked 7th on the Celestial Beast list. This clan is very unique as they have the bodies of ice phoenixes, but they have antlers. The most terrifying thing about them is that their antlers can emit a tricolored light that can melt anything. Think about it. One side can freeze everything and the other side can melt everything. However, the tricolored light can't melt her own ice. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Chapter 302. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. The universe was huge and there were all sorts of monsters. Even a phoenix with antlers and a phoenix with a horn could exist. It even had its own tricolored light, but it was only ranked 7th on the Celestial Beast list. The fact that the Astral Beast domain had been able to withstand the human domain's attacks for countless years was no exaggeration. 7th bro, if you go up against Feng Jiao, can you go easy on her? The monkey asked hesitantly. Lu Yin was confused. Why? She's your friend? Ahem, I'm just short of confessing to her. The monkey's voice was very soft, but Lu Yin's eyes widened in shock. A monkey and an ice phoenix? Is that even possible? Why not? The monkey asked. Lu Yin was speechless. Fine, he could not explain. Does this Feng Jiao like you? Of course. The monkey was very confident. Introduce the last one, Lu Yin said, not wanting to argue with the monkey over this. The last one is called Tian Ho. He's the only one of the 4 academy masters that I don't know much about. I once invaded his territory to investigate, but I was discovered. There's only one thing I know about him. He's Skymender's disciple. Lu Yin raised a brow. Skymender? The Celestial Beast Empire's imperial tutor? You mean that mysterious beast that can rival the Starsibyl sect? That's right. In the Astral Beast domain, Skymender's status is supreme. Even the Emperor of the Celestial Beast Empire treats him like a disciple. No one knows his true form, only that he possesses unfathomable power. Tian Ho is his disciple, and you can think of him as the Astral Beast domain's Starsibyl. Lu Yin frowned as this was quite troublesome. The 4 academy masters of the Spiritual Academy were not easy to deal with, and there was also the technocracy. Lu Yin did not know anything about that astral domain, as it had the most advanced technology from ancient times. It had modified humans and it was not simple at all. There was also the Cosmic Sea, which was even deeper than the Innerverse. His family had warned him that the Cosmic Sea might send out some super powerhouses, and they were all publicly recognized as 10 Arbiters candidates. They should not be any weaker than Lu Xiaoqiu. As expected of the Tournament of the Strongest, even Lu Xiaoyun and the other defeated leaders did not qualify to participate. These people represented the top of the universe's younger generation of Limiters. 7th bro, your true opponents in this tournament should be Starsibyl and that Tian Ho. I don't think the others are worth worrying about. Lu Yin shook his head. Han Chong was not simple and there was also Grandine Mavis. The Mavis family definitely did not only rely on brute strength. This tournament would be very difficult, and Lu Yin needed to improve himself. 5-lined battle force was already somewhat insufficient, and he had just comprehended his domain, so he was not yet familiar with it. He could not bring the giant emperor's third eye into the trial zones, which meant that he had lost the secret sidestep and could not use his cosmic art. His strength had been restricted and it was very disadvantageous for him. Now it seemed that things would be the same as the astral combat tournament. He could only rely on stacking strength and multiple shockwave palms. 13 stacks was still not enough to deal with these people. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. It was time to go to the rain observatory. Leaving his name on the rain list would allow him to receive guidance from the rain master, so he should give it a try. Of 2. The 5 ministers of the imperial cabinet had specially arranged for the earthlings to watch the tournament of the strongest. In Astral 7, Xianxia had been feeling uncomfortable ever since she had returned to the academy. She had been played by Lu Yin during the Shenwu continent's trial, and their conversation in the space station had made many people unhappy with her. She could not explain herself even if she wanted to. Young sect mistress were back. A pair of beautiful twins appeared and greeted Xianxia respectfully. They were Qin Shui and Qin Mei, who had frozen Blackwater Lake. Xianxia opened her eyes. What is it? Young sect mistress, we received news that the Astral Beast Domain's participants will enter the trial zones from our academy, Qin Shui said. Xianxia was shocked. Our academy? Yes. Our academy is the closest to the erudite flow zone, so they will use our trial zone mountain to enter the trial zones, Qin Mei said. Xianxia nodded. Got it. Don't cause trouble. Young sect mistress, I've heard that many people want to challenge the Astral Beast Domain's experts before the tournament of the strongest. They think that the Astral Beast Domain's spiritual academy is just an imitation of our Astral Combat Academy. Xianxia was disdainful. The spiritual academy was built by the Celestial Beast Empire, so how could it be just an empty title? The academy head's power level is definitely comparable to our 10 student leaders. Don't worry about them. If they want to die, let them. Just like how the Astral Beast Domain looked down on humans, humans look down on the Astral Beast Domain as well. Many people from Astral 7 were eager to teach the academy head a lesson. Lu Yin's personal spacecraft docked at Astral 10's space station, and when he returned he saw Xia Luo immediately. Long time no see. You've gotten stronger, Xia Luo praised as he sized Lu Yin up. This time Lu Yin could clearly sense the strange aura around Xia Luo. It was a domain that he had not been able to sense before. Why are you here? I was just about to head out for a mission, Xia Luo replied gently. Lu Yin nodded and did not say anything else. Time was tight. I'll head in first. Wait. Xia Luo shouted. Silver's gone missing. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What do you mean? Xia Luo calmly replied. Silver suddenly left. He didn't accept any missions and he didn't tell any of the mentors either. He just left and we can't contact him anymore. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and he tapped on his gadget, but there was no information on this person. Sure enough, Silver had disappeared. When did this happen? When you participated in the Outerverse trials. To be precise, it was after the death of the Great Yu Empire's emperor, Undying Yushan, Xia Luo said solemnly. Lu Yin found it strange. That was impossible. He had contacted Silver after leaving Shenwu continent. If what Xia Luo said was true, then that meant that Silver had left Astral 10 after Undying Yushan's death. At the same time, Silver had blocked all communications with Astral 10, but not Lu Yin. Now even Lu Yin had been blocked. Lu Yin was not too surprised. Silver was from the Neo-Human Alliance, and after Undying Yushan's death, the Neo-Human Alliance had confirmed that the Yushan family was not part of the Seven Courts surname. Naturally, they had stopped paying attention to Silver's departure. Got it. Forget it, don't worry about him. He's always been very mysterious. Xia Luo smiled and nodded before boarding his spacecraft and leaving. Lu Yin stepped into the teleportation device and was about to head to the rain observatory when he suddenly stopped. He turned around to look at Xia Luo's spacecraft and muttered to himself. He had overlooked something. Even if Silver had left Astral 10 and never returned, no one would have noticed in the short term since no one would have been paying attention to him. However, Xia Luo had known that Silver had left after Undying Yushan's death. How did he know? There was only one possibility. He had been paying attention to Silver all this time. Lu Yin thought about Xiao Luo's attitude towards silver and felt that something was off. Xiao Luo definitely knew something. Since he knew about silver, why hadn't he reported it? He obviously hated silver. Also, from Earth's trials to the astral combat tournament, Lu Yin's progress had been unbelievably fast, and that had been with the help of luck and innate gift. Silver had achieved this with the help of the Neo-Human Alliance, but what about Xiao Luo? He was not much weaker than the two of them, and he might even be stronger than Silver. Where had he come from? Who was backing him? If Xiao Luo dared to keep an eye on someone from the Neo-Human Alliance, then the power behind him was definitely not simple. Xiao Luo and Xia Yi from Astral 5 looked similar, so they must be from the same power. Where were they from? Why was he staying in the Great Yu Empire? Was it also for the 7 courts? Lu Yin stood beside the teleportation device and pondered. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he felt about Xiao Luo. Which power did he represent? Xiao was a primeval surname. The first time he had seen Xiao Luo outside the capital on Earth, he had felt that this person was not simple. Even now, Lu Yin had not discovered his true identity. While Lu Yin was pondering, the teleportation device in front of him changed and a figure appeared a few centimeters away from him. He stared blankly at the figure. The figure was Michelle. She had also accepted a mission and was about to leave, but she had not expected to run into Lu Yin. The two were so close that they could feel each other's breathing. Michelle hurriedly retreated, her expression changing as she glared at Lu Yin. "Why are you blocking the way?" Lu Yin took a few steps back and awkwardly said, "Sorry, I was just about to go in." Michelle glared at him and snorted. She walked past him, but after a few steps she suddenly paused and turned back to glare at him. Lu Yin was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Michelle's eyes narrowed and she coldly said, "Do you really think that my sister is prettier than me?" Lu Yin was stunned, blinked and swallowed hard. "Well, of course it's fake. You're much prettier than Mira and I was just trying to appease her. How can she compare to you?" Michelle looked at him seriously. "Really?" Lu Yin hurriedly nodded. "Really?" Michelle's lips curled up and she raised her gadget. "I recorded it and sent it to my sister. You're on your own now." With that she swung her long hair and left, leaving behind a fragrant wind. Louis was speechless. What was this? Had he been tricked by the two sisters? "Seventh bro, you're so stupid. Don't you understand the tricks of women?" The monkey shrieked. Lu Yin glared at him. "Shut up." With that he headed to the Rain Observatory with a gloomy mood. Lu Yin had lost count of the number of times he had visited the Rain Observatory, but every time he came he seemed to experience something new. This place had witnessed him grow from an ignorant kid in a fringe weave to one of the top 4 in the Astral Combat Tournament. He had broken through to the Melder and Lamita realms here, so he had a special feeling for this place. A continuous drizzle fell and a thick layer of moss grew on the limestone platform. Lu Yin walked out of the teleportation device and immediately saw Little Pao flying over. "Lu Yin, you're back," Little Pao greeted. Lu Yin nodded. "Senior, you've improved." Little Pao laughed and landed in front of Lu Yin. "It's all thanks to you snatching the heavenly drum. We've all benefited from it, but you haven't." Lu Yin smiled. "I'm preparing to go. Where are you going now?" "Thank you for your support, brothers. I've paid back all the chapters that I owed. Thank you. Thank you for your support." Chapter 303. Little Pao replied, "Sand Ocean, I'm going to improve my battle force. My 2-line battle force is still too weak and the gap between me and you is getting bigger and bigger. As a senior it's very embarrassing." Lu Yin laughed. "Then I'll congratulate you on improving your strength soon." Little Pao nodded, but he suddenly thought of something and looked at Lu Yin. "Has your enmity with the Day-Night clan been resolved?" Lu Yin found it strange that Little Pao would suddenly ask this. "For now, why?" Little Pao muttered to himself, "Nothing, but if someone from Chaos Flow Zone contacts you, ignore them. That place isn't suitable for you." Lu Yin was confused. "Chaos Flow Zone? Senior, are you talking about Xianxia?" "It's not just Xianxia. Chaos Flow Zone represents the dark side of the Innerverse, and they're good at taking in experts who have nowhere else to go. You're an enemy of the Day-Night clan, so they think that you're the best person to rope in. Don't come into contact with them so easily, or else you won't be able to shake them off," Little Pao said solemnly before leaving with a complicated expression. Lu Yin watched Little Pao's departing figure, but he didn't pay it much mind. Chaos Flow Zone was too far away from him, and he had even rejected the Sword Sex invitation, let alone Chaos Flow Zone. However, Little Pao's reminder reminded Lu Yin of Xianxia. He envied Xianxia's instinctive reaction speed, which allowed him to easily avoid all sorts of dangers. His advantage was too obvious when fighting someone at the same level as him. Tiankong Day Knight had tried his best but still failed to hit Xianxia. It was a terrifying instinct, and if possible, Lu Yin wanted to learn it. Little Pao wasn't the only one in the Rain Observatory. Schutz was there as well. He had been here for a long time and he planned to cultivate from the beginning and walk out step by step. Lu Yin casually found a limestone platform and sat down cross-legged. He focused and calmed his mind, carefully experiencing the countless tiny worlds that resembled raindrops. The world of star energy was broad and profound, and he had already comprehended a domain. He had thought that he had reached the end, but now he realized that his understanding of star energy had only just begun. Every drop of rainwater had many variations, and Lu Yin had not been able to understand them in the past. Now he could see them, but he remained motionless. The rainwater could penetrate a domain and it gave him a slight chill. He looked up into the distance and guessed that the entire Rain Observatory was a type of domain. Everyone's domain was different. Some enhanced their 5 senses, some enhanced their combat power, some focused on lock-breaking, some chose to defend, some comprehended their domain through the natural environment, and some comprehended their domain on the line between life and death. Just like with source boxes, everyone's domain was different and it was unique to that person. Lu Yin felt that his domain had strengthened his 5 senses, allowing him to hear extremely minute sounds and feel the changes in a person's body through their heartbeat. However, this was only the first step of his domain. He didn't know how to strengthen his domain. Perhaps the Rain Master could give him an answer, but the prerequisite was that he could leave his name on the Rain list. Since ancient times, the 100 people who had the greatest understanding of star energy from the Rain Observatory would be able to enter the Rain list. Lu Yin took a deep breath, wondering if he could do the same. He slowly raised his hand and carved a name in the void. The 2 words Lu Yin appeared and pushed it into the curtain of rain. At that moment, the Rain Master opened his eyes as he felt the aura of a domain. He looked at Lu Yin in amazement. 5-line battle force and he can comprehend a domain. Can this child inherit the limitless domain? The 2 words Lu Yin were pushed into the curtain of rain, but they were as steady as Mount Tai. Raindrops could penetrate a domain, but that was only because of Lu Yin. His name contained his understanding of star energy as well as his use of a domain. His name shone brightly in the curtain of rain, and all of the raindrops automatically avoided it. The Rain Master watched this scene and shook his head. It's not enough, it's still not enough. Leaving one's name on the Rain list isn't a competition of Astral 10's past students, but rather the entire limitless domain. Among his peers, the limitless domain has given birth to the most geniuses. In terms of star energy, this child isn't enough to enter the top 100, even if he has the serious technique. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he stared at the curtain of rain and frowned. Why? He had clearly comprehended a domain. Could it be that everyone who left their names on Astral 10's Rain list had a better understanding of domains than him? That was inconceivable. That meant that there were over 100 peers who had a better understanding of domains than him. That was impossible. In the current 10 academies, there weren't many who could surpass him in terms of domains, much less Astral 10. Lu Yin was unwilling to give up. Serious technique circulated around his body as 9 stars revolved around him. He wrote Lu Yin again and pushed it into the curtain of rain, shattering the previous name. Serious technique saw through the changes, and the 2 words Lu Yin were even more stable than before, even distorting the curtain of rain. The Rain Master shook his head. It's not enough. Lu Yin stood up in shock. Why? With the serious technique and the support of his domain, only Star Sibyl and Han Chong could surpass him in all of the 10 academies. Even Dao Bo couldn't surpass him with the support of serious technique. So why couldn't he enter the Rain list? Could it be that he couldn't even enter the top 100? Astral 10 was an exiled academy, and even if it had once been glorious, it could at most rival the top 3 academies. With Lu Yin's current abilities, he could even look down on Astral 1 and break into the top 100. After all, formcast models were the result of great changes in the universe in recent years, and they didn't exist in ancient times. So why couldn't he break into the top 100 in Astral 10? This was only the rain list, not the ranking of all of Astral 10 since ancient times. Lu Ying clenched his fists, unwilling to give up. His eyes widened as the giant emperor's third eye appeared in his left hand. He stared at the curtain of rain and saw the raindrops. Beyond the raindrops he saw something deeper. This wasn't real rain. It was formed from energy just like the astral river. This was pure energy liquid rainwater, and there was an indescribable ancient charm to it. It was this ancient charm that made the entire rain observatory mysterious. This should be an ancestor's domain. Although the person had died, the domain hadn't been extinguished, and it had shrouded the entire universe. This was Astral 10's ancestor's domain. The Rain Master stood up with a respectful expression. Ancestor Wu Jiang, not even 100 people can enter the rain list. Ascending the list is even more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Lu Yin's eyes were bloodshot as he raised his right hand and wrote his name for the third time. He saw the ancient charm and his body flashed as his fingers continuously gestured in the air. He didn't write his name on the spot, but rather looked at the entire rain observatory as he wrote his name. The Rain Master's eyes widened. This kid could actually see the abilities of the ancestors. Serious arts, domains and lock-breaking tools? No wonder he wasn't breaking the rules even though he was suspected of cheating. When Lu Yin's name appeared above the curtain of rain for the third time, the rain stopped. A formless light distorted in the void and finally a list appeared. This was the rain list, a list of the 100 people in Astral 10 who had the deepest understanding of star energy. Lu Yin didn't have time to look at it carefully. He stared at the top and saw a name, Xiaoqian. The next second the list disappeared and his name barely squeezed in. The rain observatory returned to normal, and the rain continued to drip onto the limestone platform. Lu Yin sighed in relief and put away the giant emperor's third eye, deactivating the serious arts. He had a bitter expression. He hadn't expected the rain list to be so difficult. He had tried his best but he had almost failed. How had the name at the top done it? Xiaoqian. The Rain Master walked out from the curtain of rain and looked at Lu Yin calmly. Although it's a trick, it's a fact that you're on the rain list. What do you want from the rain observatory, Lu Yin? Lu Yin respectfully replied, this student wants to improve his overlaying stacks. 13 stacks isn't enough? The Rain Master was astonished. He had only deduced 13 stacks for Lu Yin recently. Lu Yin solemnly replied, not enough. The tournament of the strongest is coming up and I want to improve further. The Rain Master nodded. All right. Lu Yin raised one arm and just like before the Rain Master pressed a hand on his arm. The void exploded as 13 stacks was directly used, causing cracks to appear in the void. This was just a deduction, not a true demonstration. 14 stacks, 15 stacks, all the way to 20 stacks. The Rain Master deduced all the way to 20 stacks, and Lu Yin's arm almost couldn't handle it. Excitement filled his eyes. 20 stacks was enough. However, with his physical strength and battle force, 15 stacks was his limit. Any higher and it would be troublesome. The Rain Master looked at Lu Yin in amazement. Humans are born in the universe and they are not individuals. The universe gives birth to all things and there must be a way to survive that suits you. Your cultivation is too unique. Lu Yin was puzzled. Please enlighten me. The Rain Master looked up into the sky. There's one person among the 10 arbiters known as the Divine Fist. It's rumored that before he became an explorer he could use 30 stacks. Lu Yin was shocked. How could that be? His physical body was already incredibly strong. Aside from Zhanlong Day Knight who could not be killed, there was almost no one who could match up to him. Even so, with his current physical body and battle force he could only withstand 15 stacks. 30 stacks? How was that possible? Mender, how did that arbiter achieve 30 stacks? Lu Yin asked. The Rain Master raised a hand, and the star energy in his palm transformed into a strange image. There were leaves, fruits, mountains, waterfalls, oceans, and even boiling lava. I've already said that your cultivation method is too unique. Humans are not complete individuals and there are times when they need to rely on external items. For example, you were able to leave your name on the rain list with the help of a lock-breaking tool. Lu Yin stared at the Rain Master's palm and the images. He had overlooked something all this time. The universe was filled with countless natural treasures that could help one's cultivation. Many disciples from large organizations were so strong not only because of their innate gifts, but also because of these natural treasures. There were even mercenaries who specialized in treasure hunting, and their purpose was to provide useful natural treasures for large organizations. Some natural treasures could strengthen a person's physical body, while others could raise their spirit. There were countless miraculous functions that Lu Yin had overlooked. "Thank you for enlightening me, mentor," Lu Yin said excitedly. He had seen a shortcut that could increase his cultivation speed, and only he could use this shortcut because of his Dai's third pip. Third pip could increase the grade of anything. The Rain Master nodded, acknowledging Lu Yin's decision. After all, he was the first student to enter the Rain list after so many years. Lu Yin suddenly thought of something and took out the 5 fruits that were emitting a golden glow from his cosmic ring. "Mentor, please take a look at these fruits and see what they can do." The Rain Master took them and looked at them strangely with a puzzled expression. After a while he gave Lu Yin a strange look. "Where did you get them?" "From the mainland where Astral 10 took the exam." "Thank you for your support. Please donate, subscribe, and thank you for your support." Chapter 304. The Rain Master's eyes flashed. During Astral 10's exam, the Xianxia indeed transplanted some plants that could strengthen the body to allow students to compete for them and increase their chances of passing the exam. However, those plants were very ordinary. "What about yours?" Lu Yin blinked. "I don't know what's going on either." The Rain Master immediately contacted the Sand Master, who was left speechless when he saw the 5 glowing fruits. "Kid, tell me honestly, where did you get these? They definitely aren't from the exam grounds. The ones that were transplanted back then were just ordinary strengthening fruits. This one is probably more than 10,000 years old. It's quite rare." Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised. "Are they useful for strengthening the body?" "Nonsense, these things are used to strengthen the body. That batch of ordinary strengthening fruits was only effective for sentinels and melders, but this one is effective for you as well. It's a pity though. If it could be upgraded into a top-tier strengthening fruit, it would be enough to increase your body's strength by a lot. It might even approach the strength of an explorer's body and allow it to adapt to the universe. Where can I find such top-tier strengthening fruits?" Lu Yin asked curiously. The Sand Master shook his head. "That kind of strengthening fruit can only be found in the medicine gardens of large organizations. They grow for at least 50,000 years and they're not something that you can covet. It's already quite good that you were able to obtain a strengthening fruit of this level." The Sand Master then tossed the 5 strengthening fruits to Lu Yin and left without asking any further questions. "Rain Master, is it true that any natural treasure will have better effects the older it is?" Lu Yin asked in anticipation. The Rain Master nodded. "In theory, yes. Unfortunately, the universe has been changing over the years. Even if we eliminate human factors, many natural treasures can't grow and become source boxes." Lu Yin understood that the gas aloe that he had used to unlock was very rare in a certain era of the universe, which was why it had become a source box. However, it wasn't that rare in the current era, and if not for its age it wouldn't have even been worth the cost of unlocking it. The Divine Fist had been able to use 30 stacks of the overlaying stacks while still a Lamiter, which meant that he had eaten countless natural treasures. Lu Yin was a little envious, but fortunately he had his Dai. As long as he had money, even the worst strengthening fruit could be upgraded to a level that would make them doubt their lives. "Do you have any other questions?" the Rain Master asked. Lu Yin thought of a domain. "Mentor, how do I cultivate a domain?" The Rain Master muttered to himself. "Domains and battle force don't have a fixed cultivation method. You didn't raise your battle force to 5-line battle force step by step. It's the same with your domain. Luck and coincidence can make it ridiculously strong, but it can also remain the same for your entire life." Lu Yin looked up and asked, "Mentor, is the Rain Observatory a domain?" "Not bad. The Rain Observatory was created by a predecessor's domain. A domain can display one's own aura and even forcefully change the environment to suit one's aura. It can also be infinitely enlarged to encompass a planet, a region, or even the entire universe. Of course, this is only in theory and no one knows whether or not someone's domain can encompass the entire universe." Lu Yin was very excited to hear this. Encompassing the entire universe was too mystical. After leaving the Rain Observatory, Lu Yin had originally planned to head to the Sand Ocean to train his battle force, but now he had changed his mind. He needed to withdraw money and upgrade the strengthening fruit to the highest level. Then he would strengthen his body and be able to use even more overlaying stacks. If he could use 30 stacks, then there would be no suspense in the tournament of the strongest. His previous guess had been correct, and the so-called 10 arbiters candidates had been an exaggeration. The Divine Fist had been able to use 30 stacks while still a limiter, which meant that his power level definitely surpassed Lu Yin's. Then what about the other 10 arbiters? Lu Yin guessed that they were about the same, as these so-called 10 arbiters candidates were still some distance away from the 10 arbiters limiters. He just didn't know how good Lu Xiaoqiu's fourth sword was. Perhaps his fourth sword could rival the 10 arbiters limiters. Lu Yin still had 450,000 star crystals in his Mavis card, and he took them all out. His cosmic ring could barely fit them all, but there wasn't much space left. He needed to find some time to buy a bigger cosmic ring, but that kind of ring wasn't easy to obtain. It hadn't been that long since he'd rolled his die, and he didn't know if he could roll enhance. Lu Yin was a little conflicted when he returned to Astral 10. 3 enhance was very difficult to roll, and the more he rolled it, the harder it would be to get it. He still remembered his experience of rolling the die in the Great Yu Empire's time stop, and it had been very painful. Each roll had required him to rest for 10 days, or he'd been unconscious for 5 days. Lu Yin thought about it and decided to give it a try. He randomly found an abandoned area and sat down cross-legged. "Seventh bro, you're not going to block me, are you?" the monkey suddenly asked. He had a bad premonition. Lu Yin grunted. "Get ready, I'm going to block you. Seventh bro, I'm begging you. What secret do you have that you don't want me to find out? We've even shared progenitor Wuxiang's secret, so what secret could surpass his inheritance? No, it's definitely impossible. I'm begging you, don't block me," the monkey wailed. Lu Yin didn't stand on ceremony and immediately blocked the monkey. Progenitor Wuxiang's inheritance was indeed his greatest secret, but it was useless as it was too far away from him. Furthermore, the die's secret might not be any worse than progenitor Wuxiang's inheritance. It could freeze time, increase the transformations of matter, and randomly take items from other people's cosmic rings. These methods surpassed the knowledge of ordinary people, and if they were exposed, Lu Yin believed that there would be no place for him in the entire universe. He tapped the die, causing it to spin rapidly before finally stopping at one point. Lu Yin wasn't surprised, as he often rolled enhance. There was a thump, and Lu Yin looked at the ground, his eyebrows twitching. Who would put barbecued meat in a cosmic ring? Why was it still steaming? Who would be so bored? He waved his hand to destroy the barbecued meat and tried again. The second time it was still 1 point and a piece of clothing dropped. It was a very beautiful woman's outfit, and Lu Yin subconsciously looked around. Fortunately, no one had noticed, so he immediately destroyed it and tried again. The third time it was still 1 point and he was speechless. Why was it always 1 point? This was the downside of rolling it too often. However, the item that dropped this time was different. Lu Yin picked up the chip from the ground and inserted it into his gadget. Countless symbols that he couldn't understand appeared on the screen, and they all revolved around the humanoid machines. These machines were very intricate, and even someone like Lu Yin who didn't understand technology could tell that they were intricate and complex. There were quite a few humanoid machines on the chip, and there were even more strange symbols. Lu Yin put it away. If he couldn't understand it, then so be it. He would return to the Great Yu Empire and give it to Banjiu, who should be able to understand it. At the same time, in the depths of the universe, in the lost technocracy, huge machines filled the universe. Today was an important day for little Leo, as he wanted to show the blueprints for the newest model of androids that he had successfully developed. He wanted to obtain the highest amount of resources and make his name known throughout the universe. Ever since he was young, little Leo had been known as an inventor. He had invented many things, but they didn't have much practical value. Finally, 10 years ago, he had coincidentally stumbled upon a plan for androids and decided to devote himself to research it. After 10 years of hard work, he had finally succeeded. His plans for androids would definitely surpass those of trash. In the future, the androids that would conquer the human domain would all be created by little Leo. He wanted to make his name known throughout the universe, and he wanted the entire universe to worship him. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Little Leo stood in place and forcefully suppressed his emotions. He still had to review his speech before it started, and he was certain that this speech would change the entire universe. Wait, where's the proposal chip? Little Leo flipped through his cosmic ring, but it was gone. It's really gone? Where did it go? Where's the proposal chip? Little Leo paled. Did he not bring it with him? Impossible, he had checked more than 10 times before he left. How could he not have brought it? Did he lose it? Was his cosmic ring that unreliable? He had already rolled the die 3 times and there was only one left. He took a deep breath and tapped the die, causing it to slowly spin. The scene in front of him changed and he appeared in the time-stop space. He was rather disappointed, but whatever, this was still an option. He didn't even think about it and directly increased the duration of the time-stop space to 30 days, but it only cost him a little more than 1,000 star crystals. He silently recited the Stonewall scriptures and quickly fell asleep. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye within the time-stop space. He opened his eyes and raised his hand, causing the die to appear. He tapped on it, but it was useless. He recited the Stonewall scriptures again, fell asleep, and continued to recite when he woke up. He repeated this process several times and soon he had already spent 50 days in the time-stop space. This was the last time, and if he really couldn't take it, he would leave. Lu Yin decided that he couldn't take it anymore. This lonely environment was unbearable. The die slowly spun until it finally stopped and 2 screens appeared. Lu Yin was delighted, he had finally gotten 3 pips. Back in the Great Yu Empire, he had used up 1,500 star crystals to upgrade all 5 strengthening fruits to a golden color. This time he didn't plan on upgrading all 5 at once, as the cost would only increase with each strengthening fruit. He decided to do it one by one. He placed a strengthening fruit on the upper screen and casually tossed out tens of thousands of star crystals. The fruit fell to the ground with a thud, and the golden light grew even brighter, but more than half of the crystals had been used up. He tried again and again and again. For the 5th time he tossed out 200,000 star crystals, and more than half of the fruit fell to the ground. At this point he only had about 180,000 star crystals left. He gritted his teeth and tossed out another 100,000, but it was still a little short. He tossed out another 20,000 and the fruit fell to the ground completely. The light was no longer golden but rather translucent. It distorted the void, and there was even the faint sound of blood flowing through his veins. Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised. He didn't have any more money to upgrade a strengthening fruit to this level. It had cost him nearly 400,000 star crystals to upgrade a strengthening fruit to this level, and if he wanted to upgrade it again the cost would increase exponentially. He didn't plan on trying it unless he had at least 10 million crystals, but a strengthening fruit of this level should be effective. When he had upgraded his formcast model to a 5-stage one, it had only cost him 300,000 star crystals, and the strengthening fruit was even more than that. Lu Yin was rather excited, and after some thought he increased the time in the time-stop space by 10 days and swallowed the strengthening fruit. Chapter 305. Lu Yin's heart thumped loudly and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was in intense pain as if he was being sliced apart by 1,000 blades. It wasn't just his body that was burning but his meridians as well. This was the same feeling as breaking through a realm, but it was even more painful. His meridians bulged like dragons as his body underwent tempering, and his meridians seemed to be reorganizing. Lu Yin panted heavily as he gritted his teeth and silently recited the Stonewall scriptures. After an unknown amount of time, the pain subsided and he opened his eyes. His entire body was dripping wet as if he had just been fished out of water. He lowered his head and looked at his hands, but nothing had changed. He clenched his fists and used overlaying stacks, causing the void to explode. After a while, Lu Yin exhaled. The pain had not been in vain. His previous limit had been 15 stacks, but now he had used 17 stacks without any problems. He hadn't reached his limit yet, but his limit had increased and his speed should be much faster as well. He looked at the remaining 4 strengthening fruits and solemnly put them away. Until he obtained better natural treasures, these strengthening fruits would be enough to make him stronger. He raised his hand and the die slowly appeared. Every time he looked at the die he felt a sense of amazement. Others had to go through untold hardships to obtain natural treasures, but all he needed to do was have money. Although it consumed a lot of resources, there was still some hope. According to the Sandmaster, it would take at least 50,000 years for the strengthening fruits to be effective for Lemeters. Even the great powers could not afford to wait that long, but Lu Yin could do it with just 400,000 star crystals. His starting point was much higher than theirs. His physical body had been strengthened once again, and this filled him with anticipation for the tournament of the strongest. He wondered what Night Queen Yanqing and the others would think when they saw him display a strength that surpassed 15 stacks. Back when he had defeated her, he hadn't even used 13 stacks and had only used a 9 stacks 17-fold shockwave palm. After resting for a few days, Lu Yin left the time-stop space and breathed in the fresh air outside. To others only a second had passed, but to him it felt like a long time had passed. Almost 2 months had passed, and these 2 months just happened to be the duration of the tournament of the strongest. The monkey deactivated the barrier and weakly said, "7th bro, we're one. Don't go too far." Lu Yin was in a good mood. "According to what do you know, what's the strongest meter?" The monkey was puzzled. "Strongest? What do you mean?" "The strongest meter since ancient times," Lu Yin replied. "I don't know, but those freaks on the Skymnoth the Skyminder list were unimaginable when they were meters. That. Of it. But now. Let's go to the Sand Ocean and see if he can raise his battle force." Once he reached the Sand Ocean, Lu Yin realized that there were only 7 levels here. The 7th level corresponded to 5-line battle force, which meant that this place would not be of much help to him. To a student, 5-line battle force was the limit. Even the 10 arbiters in the Astral Combat Academy had only been able to raise their battle force to 5-line battle force. Battle force is a warrior's integrity. It can be raised in battle, and it can also be raised by using the environment to cultivate. But even without these, a person's spirit can still raise their battle force, the Sandmaster explained solemnly. Lu Yin was confused. A person's spirit? The Sandmaster grinned. Among the younger generation, the 10 arbiters have the greatest boldness, and they're vainly trying to control the next generation of the universe with just the power of 10 people. What kind of boldness is that? Even I am ashamed of my own inferiority. This is boldness, and boldness can raise one's moral integrity. Back then, the 10 arbiters were only at the 5-vein realm, but now no one knows just how high they've risen to. That's right. 10 arbiters wanted to control a generation and even influence the situation of the universe. What kind of spirit was that? Even Lu Yin was excited. With such spirit, how could one's battle force not be raised? The phrase "swallowing the universe" referred to these 10 people. The higher the position of the 10 arbiters, the more powerful they were. Their strength was indescribable, and this was a spirit that only humans possessed. Although the Astral Beast domain had Skyminder's list that was rumored to be comparable to the 10 arbiters, Lu Yin did not believe that this was true. The 10 arbiters were products of the universe, and no one knew where their bottom line was. Just by looking at their battle force, Lu Yin could feel how powerful the 10 arbiters were. The Sandmaster sighed. Since ancient times, the 10 arbiters have been called monsters. No one in the younger generation can surpass them. He then looked at Lu Yin. "Kid, you're called 10 arbiters candidates, but you're still too far away from their level. Their achievements cannot be replicated." "But I can surpass them," Lu Yin subconsciously said, but he was stunned. He did not know why, but he felt that he could really surpass them. The Sandmaster looked at Lu Yin strangely, but then he laughed. "Young people need to be full of vigor. Try to surpass them and cultivate your battle force with the spirit that surpasses the 10 arbiters. Perhaps you can really do it." He then left. Lu Yin could tell that the Sandmaster was just joking. The Sandmaster did not really believe that Lu Yin could surpass the 10 arbiters. Who in the universe could actually surpass them? Lu Yin was about 10 years older than the 10 arbiters. It was not that there had never been a 10 arbiters candidate in this age group, but they had all disappeared. The 10 arbiters had been at the top for too long. After leaving the Sand Ocean, Lu Yin headed for Stargazing Deck. He had been here once before, but this was his second time. There had to be a reason why the Astral Combat Academy had become one of the top academies in the universe, and Stargazing Deck was present in all 10 academies. Perhaps there was something to it. Lu Yin still remembered the Starmaster's words when he had first come to Stargazing Deck. Stargazing Deck picks the stars. Pick the right and wrong, pick the past and present, pick the cycle of karma, and pick the part of the universe that belongs to you. Lu Yin still remembered, but he did not understand. What did those ancient warships and the bleak and solemn battle hymns have to do with him? And what did the word boundless represent? What did that have to do with the jade finger piercing through the universe and crushing everything in its path? Or was what Lu Yin had seen not necessarily related to him? Mentor, student Lu Yin requests to ascend stargazing deck. Lu Yin respectfully requested. Every person can only ascend stargazing deck once. More than that is useless. You will either see nothing or the same scene from back then, the Star Master said. Lu Yin looked up. It's fine if it's the same scene from back then. I couldn't see it back then, but I want to see it now. The Star Master opened his eyes and looked at Lu Yin seriously. He nodded. You can try. Lu Yin bowed and slowly ascended stargazing deck. Lu Yin sat down cross-legged and focused his mind. He closed his eyes and breathed evenly as 9 stars revolved around his body. He held the giant emperor's third eye in his hand, and a domain undulated around him. This scene shocked the Star Master. It hadn't been that long, but Lu Yin had improved again. Just like last time, Lu Yin didn't know if he was asleep or awake, but he saw an unfamiliar region of space with a solemn and ancient desolate aura. He listened to the battle hymns and saw an incomparably large warship with the same boundless at the front. Warship after warship headed off into the distance. Where were they going and who were they fighting against? His gaze traversed the void, and this time, Lu Yin was able to see even deeper. It was the same scene, but this time he saw a few figures on a warship that were covered in blood. Suddenly, a jade finger tore through space and crushed towards him. Lu Yin was filled with indescribable grief and indignation, and he subconsciously shouted, "How dare you!" Suddenly he seemed to recall something. He ignored the jade finger and stared intently at the deck of the warship, where he saw a familiar claw imprint. It was the sky beast claw. The claw imprint was deeply carved into the deck, and blood flowed along the imprint, spreading in all directions. However, Lu Yin woke up in an instant. "How dare you!" He suddenly stood up, the fury in his heart almost igniting the heavens. Silence! A deafening sound rang out, and Lu Yin was jolted awake by the Star Master. Panting heavily, he bowed to the Star Master and slowly walked down stargazing deck. Before he left, he asked, "Mentor, do all 10 Astral Academy's stargazing decks see the same thing?" The Star Master opened his eyes. Maybe. Maybe not. Lu Yin nodded and left. During this trip to stargazing deck, he had seen the deck of the warship and the Sky Beast Claw imprint. It was definitely the Sky Beast Claw imprint, and there was no mistaking it. He was very familiar with that feeling. Lu Yin raised his hand and transformed it into a claw. He had long since memorized the 96 forms of the Sky Beast Claw, but this time his Sky Beast Claw had a few more variations. This was the 108 forms, the complete Sky Beast Claw of the Great Yu Empire. However, it was still far from being enough to compare to the claw imprint on the warship. That was the true Sky Beast Claw that could be carved into the warship and even into the River of Time. Why did the Great Yu Empire have the Sky Beast Claw? Oh, it should be Undying Yushan. How could he have the Sky Beast Claw? No, he wasn't Undying Yushan, but Undying Yu. His surname was Yu, and he was one of the 7 courts. He was also the successor of one of the 3 Dark Hands, so it shouldn't be strange for him to have the Sky Beast Claw. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. The Sky Beast Claw clearly had more than 108 forms, and he shouldn't think about Astral 10's stargazing deck anymore. The chances of the Star Master approving it were very low, but what about the other academies? He had a premonition that comprehending the complete Sky Beast Claw would be very powerful, and he would also be able to uncover some of the past. There was only a month and a half left until the Tournament of the Strongest. In the human domain, at the border of the erudite flow zone, a giant skeleton shuttled through space and crossed the border, heading towards the erudite flow zone. Chapter 306. This skeleton had come from the Astral Beast domain, and it was carrying the participants of the Astral Beast domain who were heading to the human domain to participate in the Tournament of the Strongest. Shui Chuanxiao watched the skeleton fly into the distance, deep in thought. "Commander, are you sure you don't want to check? It'll be troublesome if there's some strange beast mixed in, just like the Shengao." Inya stood behind Shui Chuanxiao and anxiously asked. Shui Chuanxiao shook his head. "There's no need. They're not that stupid. The erudite flow zone has powerful people monitoring them and they won't be able to hide their movements. Don't worry. And you did not understand. Why is there suddenly a tournament of the strongest? Shui Chuanxiao's eyes narrowed. The war will be temporarily suspended. And you was shocked. The war will be suspended? The tournament of the strongest is just an excuse to make it easier for the astral beast domain and the technocracy to enter the human domain and negotiate. After so many years of border wars, the losses have been too great, and each of them has their own internal affairs to deal with. Thus, the war can be temporarily suspended, but as for who will lead the war, that still needs to be negotiated, Shui Chuanxiao explained. He was especially talkative today and it seemed like he was teaching Inya something. And you still did not understand. Our domain shouldn't have anything to deal with, so why aren't we taking advantage of this opportunity to attack? Shui Chuanxiao sneered. Who said there's nothing to do? It's just being hidden. Once the cunning rabbit is dead, the hound will be cooked. Shui Chuanxiao then said seriously, Enya, remember this. No matter what, never slack off on the border defense. Enya nodded and glanced at Shui Chuanxiao strangely. The commander was acting strangely today. In the erudite flow zone, the skeleton was like a spacecraft that shuttled through space. It was very conspicuous. The skeleton was surrounded by a layer of ripples that prevented the creatures within from coming into contact with the universe. Not too far away from the skeleton, a giant pen-shaped spacecraft drew closer and closer. Inside were students from the erudite flow zone's Lost Radiance Academy who were about to participate in the trial. Not long after, the skeleton and the giant spacecraft met. It was a strange scene as both had unique designs. One was a skeleton and the other was a pen. They were both traveling on the same route and neither was willing to give way to the other. At the top of the skeleton, a purple-haired beauty lazily opened her eyes and flicked her finger. The entire region was covered in white snow and the spacecraft was frozen as well. It then plummeted straight to the ground. Within the spacecraft, Ying Tang was overwhelmed with shock. As an instructor of Lost Radiance Academy, he had the strength of a cruiser, but he was unable to resist the seemingly weak Bai Shui et al. He could only watch helplessly as the spacecraft descended and made way for her. Purple snow, have mercy. A loud voice echoed through the starry sky. Ripples spread out, turning the white snow into nothing. On top of the white skeleton, the purple-haired beauty said disdainfully, hiding the head and showing the tail. Is this the so-called strength of a scholar? A middle-aged man walked out from the void and looked at the purple-haired beauty with fear. Zixue, I didn't think that it would be you. Wen Yao, I also didn't think that the Wen clan would send you out. In other words, you will be monitoring us from now on? Zixue replied lazily, her expression unconcerned. I'm not monitoring you. I just want you to smoothly complete the competition, said Wen Yao indifferently. Violet Snow sneered. Hypocrites. All right, let's not delay the trip. Tell them to scram. Wen Yao waved his hand and the giant spacecraft was lifted up by a gentle force and pushed to the side to make way for them. At this moment, Ying Tang walked out from the spacecraft and whispered something to Wen Yao. Wen Yao's eyes flashed and he looked at the skeleton. Zixue, there's a junior who wants to spar with an expert from the Spiritual Academy. Would you agree? Violet Snow was intrigued. You humans are so hypocritical. You want to test us before the competition? Fine. She then looked below the skeleton. Which one of you wants to fight? Just have some fun. She then waved her hand, causing white snowflakes to appear in the void once more and condense into a white path of ice that extended into the void. This was the battlefield. A young man walked out from the giant spacecraft and at first glance he looked somewhat similar to Han Chong. Who is he? Wen Yao asked. Ying Tang whispered, Han Kuei, Han Chong's younger brother. People call him the little art saint. Wen Yao was surprised. Han Chong's younger brother? Interesting. He's always wanted to surpass Han Chong, so he wants to challenge a student from the Spiritual Academy, Ying Tang explained. Wen Yao shook his head. The Spiritual Academy isn't simple. Even Han Chong might not be able to win. This kid's fate is grim. A green-eyed golden rat crawled out from the skeleton and slowly appeared on the icy path in outer space to face Han Kuei. Han Kuei was furious as this person was looking down on him by sending a rat to deal with him. He immediately attacked and used his star energy to draw a giant mountain that pressed down on the rat. The rat was Hua Yishou, and its small green eyes looked at Han Kuei with disdain. It opened its mouth to face the mountain that was pressing down on it, and a terrifying suction force caused the void to distort and crack. Han Kuei was shocked and his scalp went numb. Opening one's mouth to crack the void was a sign of a powerhouse in the Lamiter realm. The mountain formed from star energy was swallowed by Hua Yishou in one gulp, and then he disappeared. Han Kuei's pupils shrank and he hurriedly dodged. The void where he had been standing seemed to have been swallowed by a black hole, and Hua Yishou disappeared again. Han Kuei had dodged the first time, but he was unable to do so a second time. He could only watch as Hua Yishou's mouth closed in on him. In outer space, Wen Yao waved his hand and froze Hua Yishou in place. "All right, we admit defeat." Han Kuei panted heavily as he looked at Hua Yishou's mouth in horror. This mouth could swallow the void, and it was not something that he could block. This was the first time in his life that he had faced such a life-or-death situation, and he had almost been eaten. Atop the skeleton, Lilac Snow disdainfully said, "If you want to fight, then don't be afraid of death." He even tried to save him. "This is the reason why you humans are getting weaker and weaker." "Don't speak too soon," Wen Yao said. Soon the skeleton left. Within the spacecraft, Han Kuei had a bitter expression on his face. The difference between them was too great. He had always wanted to surpass his brother Han Chong, and he had thought that the gap between them wasn't that great. Now, however, he realized that it wasn't that there wasn't much of a gap between them, but rather that he hadn't been able to detect it. It was no wonder why he could only stay in Lost Radiance Academy while his brother was one of the strongest students in the Astral Combat Academy. This is the power of the universe's most elite. "Don't be discouraged, you still have a chance," Ing Tang consoled as he valued this junior. Han Kuei nodded and looked out into space with a complicated expression. The universe was too vast, and that rat was definitely not the strongest. The astral beast domain was in the easternmost region, while the technocracy was in the westernmost region. The two regions were separated by the astral river and the border of the chaos flow zone. The technocracy's spacecraft was circular, and it passed through the human army's border and appeared on the astral river Arkansas. The humans did not know much about the technocracy, as no one had been able to sneak in since ancient times. They had to force their way in, as it was rumored that there was an ancient brain in the technocracy that could detect everything within the technocracy. The rumors were exaggerated, but they were not impossible as no one had been able to sneak in. This was also why the human domain knew so little about the technocracy. Inside the circular spaceship, a half-human, half-machine woman looked out at space through the spaceship. Deep in her eyes, there was deep disdain and contempt. This contempt came from her very soul. It was not contempt for the human domain but for the entire space or even the universe. Beside the woman, a wolf-shaped machine lay on the ground, looking very obedient. "I wonder if anyone would be able to stop me if my true body appeared." "What a bunch of lowly ants," the woman said with a smirk. The upcoming tournament of the strongest was just a game to her. In the first flow zone, the sword sect was fully deserving of being the sect at the helm. The 13 swords were famous throughout the universe, and even if the disciples of the sword sect could not inherit the 13 swords, they still possessed many powerful sword techniques that could shock the universe. The lightning sword was one of the most difficult sword techniques to cultivate, and it was known as one of the most powerful. Out of the many disciples of the sword sect, only a few had been able to successfully cultivate it. Yan Hua was one of the best, and he was second only to Lu Xiaoqiu among the sword sect's limiters. He even surpassed Lu Tang and was on the same level as Lu Xiaoyan. Unfortunately, he was older than Lu Xiaoqiu, Lu Xiaoyan, and the others by more than 10 years. Although he could still be considered part of the younger generation, no one talked about him anymore. In a few more years he would retire from the stage. It would be fine if he could break through to the explorer realm, but if he could not, then he would vanish from the world. Yan Hua sat on a high mountain peak with a complicated expression. He had sacrificed too much for the lightning sword. With his aptitude, he could have easily broken through to the explorer realm if he had chosen another sword technique, but the lightning sword had cut off his path of retreat. He could only cultivate this sword technique to great success, or he could remain unknown. Yan Hua looked at the sword in his hand and gripped the hilt tightly. Strands of lightning flickered, causing the sky to change and distort. He was very strong, but it was a pity that he was already in his twilight years. Suddenly, the void in the distance shattered as an arrow pierced through the void and shot towards him. Yanhua's eyes widened and he stabbed out with his sword. Thunder roared and a bolt of lightning connected the sky and earth. The arrow was reduced to dust and the lightning dissipated as well. Yanhua stood up and looked into the distance in shock. This was the strength of a Lamiter. When had such an expert appeared in the sword sect? Even Zhou Xian could not counter his lightning sword with an arrow from such a distance. Yanhua soared into the sky and rushed in the direction that the arrow had come from. In the distance, there were many disciples gathered around the sword sect's space station, and they were all angrily glaring at a young man. The young man was bare-chested and dressed very casually. There were many scars on his body, and he had an arrogant expression on his face. He looked around with disdain. So this is the first Flowzone sword sect's elite? What a joke. A female disciple walked out and glared at the young man. I'm a disciple of the sword sect. Please advise me. The young man disdainfully replied, Little girl, you're not my opponent. How arrogant. The female disciple shouted. She raised her sword and swept it out, causing sword chi to surge and seal the void. This technique was not weak and it could almost tear through the void. It was comparable to an area master from the Astral Combat Academy. A trace of astonishment flashed through the young man's eyes, but he quickly moved away like a fish swimming in the ocean. He avoided all of the sword chi and shook the void to disperse the star energy sword chi that had been sealed. He then raised his hand and knocked an arrow at the female disciple. Suddenly, an indescribable sense of danger descended as the void shattered, forming an arrow that extended into the distance. The female disciple's face went pale. She could not block this arrow, and even her senior brother whom she revered could not block it. Chapter 307. Remember, my name is Nate and I'm a member of the Cosmic Sea's Arcadian Arrow crew. I'm not someone you Innerverse disciples can compare to. He then released his grip, but before the arrow could move, a strand of energy sliced through the female disciple's cheek. The arrow then shot forward. Many disciples were shocked, as this arrow had not only locked onto the female disciple, but also all of the sword sect disciples. High up in the sky, several space-exploring disciples from the sword sect wanted to intervene, but they suddenly paused as a bolt of lightning crashed down and coincidentally struck the arrow. An intense collision occurred and lightning flashed, blinding everyone present. The void was torn apart, but it quickly recovered. The thunderous explosion turned into a shockwave that swept out in all directions, pushing aside the female disciple and the sword sect disciples. The man named Nate also took a step back and looked over in shock. Another person had appeared in the field, and this person was clad in lightning and wielding a long sword. He stared coldly at Nate. It was Yanhua. Nate was cautious. Who are you? Sword sect disciple Yanhua. Yanhua replied coldly. Behind him, many sword sect disciples whispered, It's actually him. He hasn't broken through to the explorer realm for more than 10 years and he's still a Lamiter. Shu, Senior Yanhua has mastered the lightning sword technique, so he can't be underestimated. When Senior Yanhua first started cultivating the lightning sword technique, he was full of mettle and was second only to eldest senior sister. It's a pity that he gradually declined. After so many years, eldest senior sister has already become one of the 10 arbiters, but Senior Yanhua is still a Lamiter. What a pity. Even so, Senior Yanhua is still second only to Lu Xiaoqiu. Yanhua heard the crowd's discussions, but he was already used to it. The eldest senior sister that he had admired had long since reached an unreachable height. But so what? He was Yanhua, a disciple of the sword sect. No matter what his fellow disciples said about him, he still had to protect the sect's dignity and not allow it to be trampled on. Senior Yanhua, thank you. The female disciple who had attacked earlier looked at Yanhua gratefully. Yanhua ignored the crowd and stared at Nate. You're from the Cosmic Sea? Nate was arrogant. That's right. Compared to the Cosmic Sea, your Innerverse is too peaceful. People like you can't even survive there for more than a few days. Yanhua frowned. Living environment isn't the only factor that determines strength. But it's the most important factor, Nate said coldly. He raised his bow again and aimed it at Yanhua. You're not bad. You were able to catch one of my arrows, but let's see if you can catch a second one. After he finished speaking, the arrow released a terrifying aura. Just this aura alone was enough to make Yanhua's scalp go numb. At that moment he knew that he wasn't a match for this person in front of him. This person was definitely comparable to Lu Xiaoqiu. But he would not retreat. He was a disciple of the sword sect and he was Yanhua. Kacha thunder exploded as a blinding light once again enveloped the heavens and the earth. The void cracked like a spider web as an arrow pierced through the void, twisting the lightning and descending directly in front of Yanhua. Yanhua could not avoid it, nor did he intend to. With a whoosh, the arrow brushed past Yanhua's cheek and shot into the void, gradually disappearing. Yanhua was still staring at Nate. Nate looked at Yanhua in surprise, and a trace of respect flashed through his eyes. You lost, but you didn't lose. I admire you. Yanhua was unwilling, but he was powerless in the face of the great beings from Universe Ocean. Are you the sword sect's strongest Lemeter? Nate asked. Yanhua shook his head. The strongest is Lu Xiaoqiu. You can wait for him to return. Nate shook his head. I respect your spirit, but you're not strong enough. As for Lu Xiaoqiu, forget about him. None of your Lemeters are my match. My opponents are still in the cosmic sea. At that moment, another youth appeared. Nate, time's up. We can go now. Nate glanced at Yanhua. If you have the guts, then go to the cosmic sea. That's a paradise for powerhouses. The innerverse is too peaceful. He then left. They had appeared only to test the strength of the sword sect's disciples. They were from the Cosmic Sea's Arcadian Arrow crew and were participating in the tournament of the strongest. However, they did not care about this tournament at all. The Cosmic Sea's environment was harsh, and in their opinion the innerverse and outerverse could not produce powerhouses that could rival them. Many of the sword sect's disciples were unwilling, but no one could stop them. Even Yanhua, who was second only to Lu Xiaoqiu, had been defeated, let alone the others. Yanhua watched as Nate and the others boarded a spacecraft and left the sword sect. He shook his head. They were too arrogant. The 13 swords was not something that he could compare to. If he measured Lu Xiaoqiu with his own standards, then those two would be miserable. Lu Xiaoqiu was much stronger than him. Experts from the astral beast domain, the technocracy, and the cosmic sea continued to arrive in the innerverse, but Lu Yin did not know about any of this. He had already entered the Undying Realm, which was his territory. The heavenly drum had been stolen from Night Queen Yanqing. He was the realm master of the Undying Realm. The heavenly drum had a radius of 1,000 kilometers and it was placed in a mountain range. It was struck once a month and everyone could see the ancient battlefield and see all sorts of battle techniques. The lucky ones might even be drawn into the battlefield and become one of the participants to personally experience the battle techniques. This was an inheritance. Originally, there had been many Day-Night clan members around the heavenly drum, but now most of them had left. They did not have the face to stay behind unless Night Queen Yanqing defeated Lu Yin. Since Lu Yin had become the realm master of the Undying Realm, the Undying Realm now belonged to Astral 10. Unfortunately, there were too few people in Astral 10 and Xia Lua was not interested. Silver had also disappeared, so there were no changes to the Undying Realm master. Currently, there were only 2 students from Astral 10 at the Heavenly Drum, Dark Void and Mengyu. The rest of the students were not in Astral 10. Boom. There was a loud bang and the Heavenly Drum's monthly battle drums began. Many students stared at it eagerly. Dark Void and Mengyu stood at the very front. With Dark Void's strength he was qualified to stay here, but Mengyu was barely qualified. However, no one dared to cause trouble for him because they were afraid of Lu Yin. The battle drums sounded and the battlefield appeared. Endless killing intent filled the entire mountain range. The drum had a radius of 1,000 kilometers, and although it seemed large, it was still too small compared to the vast universe's battlefield. This was just a small-scale battle, but because it came from ancient times, there were all sorts of strange battle techniques that made many students excited. The heavenly drum appeared in a different battlefield every time, and it lasted for different periods of time. The longest it had lasted was several months, while the shortest had been an instant. Mengyu stared at the heavenly drum's battlefield. Suddenly, the scene before his eyes changed and he heard the tragic sounds of battle. He had transformed into a soldier. At the same time, Lu Yin arrived at the heavenly drum and landed at the very front. He stared at the battlefield, but before he could react, his body vanished as he had been sucked into the battlefield. Unlike Meng Yu, Lu Yin had merged into a powerhouse's body, and this powerhouse was an explorer. Lu Yin could not control this body, so he could only watch and experience the first-person perspective of the battlefield. The powerhouse raised a hand, and a strange method of circulating star energy transformed into a terrifying palm that pressed down on the battlefield. In front of him, another powerhouse tore through the void and slashed at him with a sword. The powerhouse that Lu Yin had merged into fought fiercely with the sword-wielding powerhouse, and this battle lasted for 5 days. For Lu Yin, he had continuously experienced the strength of an explorer during these 5 days. He had experienced the slaughter of the ancient battlefield, and the tragic sounds of battle had never stopped. At first he was not used to it, but he slowly adapted to the battlefield and the sorrow of people dying at any moment. He gradually forgot who he was, and this battlefield seemed to be his home. Finally, on the 7th day, the sword-wielding powerhouse was killed, and the explorer that Lu Yin had merged into roared at the sky as blood flowed out of his body. This explorer was not very powerful, and he did not have powerful battle force, an extraordinary domain, or a mystical innate gift. However, he had relied on his battle techniques to forcefully endure the battlefield. Lu Yin could feel the passion in his heart. Suddenly, the scene in front of him changed again, and Lu Yin's perspective changed. He had merged into another person's body, and this time he was looking at the roaring explorer that he had merged with. At this moment, the powerhouse that Lu Yin had merged with pointed a finger, and the star at his fingertip exploded, turning the explorer into a puddle of blood. The difference was too great, so great that it was indescribable. They were both explorers, but Lu Yin could feel the strength of the person that he had merged with. This person had a domain that allowed him to survey the entire battlefield, and a casual tap of his finger could cause the void to collapse. This finger carried a peculiar ancient charm, and the aura around him surged. This was his personal aura. The Rainmaster had once said that the stronger one's domain was, the more one could develop a personal aura. The strength of one's aura came from one's spirit. This person's aura suppressed the entire battlefield, and he had the boldness to suppress the entire battlefield. The stronger one's aura, the stronger the suppression on one's enemies. Finally, one could change the environment and make the environment adapt to one's body, rather than one's body adapting to the environment. This was a true change of weather. The entire battlefield was suppressed by this person. With a flip of his hand, the earth was crushed, and a single finger could pierce through the void. Countless people had died at this person's hands, and the more people that died, the stronger this person's aura became. Within his domain, Lu Yin could feel a murderous aura. This was the killing intent of the battlefield, and this aura strengthened his domain. The stronger the opponent, the stronger his domain became. Lu Yin was completely immersed in this person's powerful domain, and he could feel a trace of the battlefield's murderous aura. Unknowingly, a few more days passed. As the battlefield disappeared, Lu Yin, Meng Yu, and a few other lucky students stood atop the heavenly drum. They were the lucky ones who had been sucked into the battlefield. Some had comprehended battle techniques through the battlefield, while others had seen the path to becoming stronger. Lu Yin had grasped a trace of the murderous aura, and in an instant his domain had changed, becoming frightening. The students who were closer to him felt their scalps go numb. The closer they got to Lu Yin, the more they felt like they had returned to the battlefield. Suddenly they all left. Meng Yu stared at Lu Yin in horror. He was too strong, too strong. Was this his current strength? In the distance, Dark Void was also staring at Lu Yin. He had not felt such a large gap between them during Astral 10's new student competition, but now he felt that the gap was so great that he could not even see it. He thought about the mission that the company had given him, and he felt that his chances of completing it were slim. This person would not be driven to a dead end. On the heavenly drum, Lu Yin's eyes were closed. He was still immersed in the battlefield. Even though he could not see, his domain was expanding further and further, carrying with it the murderous aura of the battlefield. Anyone who came into contact with it would feel a chill run down their spines. Through this battle, he had seen the future of his domain. Chapter 308. Elsewhere, the Astral Beast domain's white skeleton had finally entered Astral 7's space station. They would enter the Life-Seek realm from Astral 7's Trial Zone Mountain and head to the Astral Combat Tournament. That was also where the finals of the Tournament of the Strongest had been held. Astral Combat Academy students usually only went to the warfront after graduation or after being expelled. Many students had never interacted with the Astral Beast domain before, so they were very curious when they heard that the Astral Beast domain's Spiritual Academy students had appeared. Quite a few of them were excited. They wanted to suppress these students, but they were just wild beasts from a barbaric land. How could they compete with the top 4 of the Astral Combat Academy? Dream on. Many students gathered at Astral 7's space station and looked at the skeleton strangely. Was this thing a spacecraft? Atop the skeleton, Lilac Snow stretched lazily and stood up. Her beautiful face was exposed to the many students. Many of them were stunned. Weren't they supposed to be wild beasts? What was up with this beauty? Humans? Lilac Snow frowned at this group of lowly humans. You can go by yourselves. If you don't know the way, just ask. Be friendly. A green-eyed golden rat jumped out from the skeleton. It was Hua Yisho and it was only the size of a palm. It looked rather cute, but it was terrifying to many of the girls. Many of the students were stunned again. A rat? What was going on? Next to Hua Yisho was Embermane, who looked like a fiery red sable. Many of the students were speechless. A rat and a sable? Were these the so-called wild beasts? Excuse me, where is the Trial Zone Mountain? Embermane asked. Their mouths did not move, and they relied on the vibrations of the air to produce their voices. No one answered. Embermane was unhappy. Humans, answer me or I'll burn you to death. Embermane, be friendly and don't go too far with weak creatures. A blue-haired beauty walked out from behind. It was Fengjio and she looked much more normal. Who are you calling weak? A female student from Astral 7 shouted in dissatisfaction. Fengjio glanced at her. You're too weak. The female student was furious. Let's have a competition. Hua Yisho spoke up. You humans are interesting. You obviously want to test us, but you find all sorts of excuses. Fine, I'll play with you. Hua Yisho, you've already fought once. It's my turn, Embermane growled. Fengjio frowned. The elders are right. Humans are just asking for a beating. If they don't answer when you ask for directions, it's fine as long as you beat them into submission. On the white skeleton, Purple Snow had already fallen asleep. The conversation between Fengjio and the others had thoroughly angered the students of Astral 7. They had originally been thinking of an excuse to stop the competition, but now there was no need for that. If you want to fight, then fight. It doesn't matter who goes first. You can all come at once. Fengjio glanced at the students. At this moment, a figure wrapped in a black robe walked out from behind her. Don't cause trouble. Just ask for directions. Facing the black-robed figure, Fengjio was obviously afraid and didn't say anything. Hua Yisho and Embermane did not say anything either. This was the person that Ghost Monkey had referred to as the strongest prefecture master. Yo, there's someone who's trying to be mysterious. Isn't it just a wild beast? There are so many of them with all kinds of strange appearances. Why are you trying to be mysterious? A student mocked. Fengjio, Hua Yisho, and Yanqi all looked at the student with sympathy. Under the black robe, he raised his head. No one could see his face clearly. In an instant, the pupils of the student who had mocked him shrank rapidly. His face turned pale and he slowly collapsed. Excuse me, how do I get to the Trial Zone Mountain? Ho asked indifferently. Many of the Astral 7 students looked at him in horror. He hadn't moved at all and there hadn't even been a single fluctuation of star energy. It was too strange for an Astral Combat Academy Limiter to lose his ability to fight. I can take you there. Daoist walked out from behind the crowd and looked at you with a serious expression. You nodded. Thank you. He then followed Daoist out of the space station. The appearance of the 4 from the Astral Beast domain attracted even more students as they walked out of the space station. Even some of the mentors stood in the void and looked down. The mentors of the Astral Combat Academy were only responsible for teaching and did not participate in the management of the academy. The academy was completely managed by the students themselves, and they did not appear to welcome the Astral Beast Domains group. Daoist used a transmission device to bring you and the others to a spacious grassland. He then turned around to face you. I want to challenge you. After the challenge, I'll take you to the Trial Zone Mountain. You and the others were not surprised. Is that a condition? Fengjio asked coldly. Daoist shook his head and looked serious. If you don't accept, that's fine. I'll take you there right now. Feng Jiu sneered and was about to walk out when Yanlai jumped in front of Dao. Let me do it. Feng Jiu did not argue. To them, the real battle was the tournament of the strongest. The people in front of them were all failures of the Astral Combat Academy and did not have the qualifications to fight with them. Have mercy, you said calmly. Many students had gathered nearby and were looking on excitedly. They wanted to know the strength of the Spiritual Academy's Academy Master and why he dared to say that he could rival the Astral Combat Academy. Yanlai was petite and only slightly larger than Hua Yishou. He did not seem to be a threat, but when Dao faced him directly, a chill ran through his entire body. He felt as if he could be turned into nothingness. The air around them was scorching hot. Dao's expression turned serious as he relaxed his fists and opened them up into palms. He then charged towards Yanlai and struck out with a palm. Starburst palm. Yanlai's eyes were filled with disdain as he lashed out with his tail. The seemingly weak tail actually possessed an indescribably high temperature and a strange force. This was a battle technique that Yanlai had used with his tail to directly clash with the starburst palm. With a bang, flames shot up into the sky and burned the void, causing it to crack open. The next moment, the boundless heat almost melted the cracks in the void. Dao was forced back by the heat wave and his right palm was charred black. He looked at Yanlai in shock. The heat had almost melted him. Yanlai soared into the sky and looked down at Dao. Human, you're not my match. Outside the arena, many of the Astral 7 students were shocked. Dao's strength was obvious to all, and he was comparable to an area master. His performance during the Astral Combat Tournament had been dazzling, and his Starburst Palm was one of Astral 7's ultimate techniques. Dao looked up and took a deep breath. Gravity. With a whoosh, a black color spread across the ground as an enormous gravity descended without warning. Yanlai had been flying in the air, but he was suddenly suppressed by the mysterious gravity and crashed to the ground. Dao then raised both his palms. Gravity, Starburst Palm. Boom. The grass cracked open as a huge crater spread out in all directions. The shockwave swept up through the cracks in the ground, causing dust to scatter everywhere. The air in the arena distorted, making it impossible to see clearly. Many students were forced back by the aftershocks, their chests stifled. Everyone stared at the arena. This was Dao's strongest attack, so the battle should be over soon. Feng Jiu looked at Dao in astonishment. He actually has an innate gift of gravity. Not bad. Tianho stood silently to the side. In the arena, Dao stood outside the crater, panting heavily. He had unleashed all of his power with that palm strike, but he still felt uneasy. Suddenly, Dao's chest tightened and he subconsciously retreated. The spot where he had been standing had been burned to nothingness by a flame. His scalp went numb. He had almost died if he had been just a little bit slower. The flame transformed into Yanlai, and his small eyes angrily glared at Dao. Human, you've angered me. I'll burn you to death. He then raised his tail high and countless flames swept towards Dao. The high temperature formed a cage that sealed off the area. Even with Dao's power level, he couldn't escape. He could only watch as the flames burned towards him. Tianho looked up as if he wanted to stop Yanlai, but then he suddenly looked to the other side. At the same time, Feng Jiu and Hua Yishou also looked to the other side. A beam of sword chi streaked across the void and slashed towards the arena. Its target was not Yanlai but Dao. The sword chi had appeared so suddenly that even Yanlai couldn't react in time. Not only was the timing coincidental, but it had also cut through the high-temperature cage that had sealed Dao, allowing him to escape at the last moment and avoid being burned to ashes by the flames. Who is it? Come out. Yanlai was furious as he glared to the other side. Dao panted heavily as he looked at Yanlai with lingering fear. He then looked to the other side as well. There was only one person who was qualified to intervene at a time like this, and that was Astral 7's leader, Lu Xiaoyan. Not too far away, Lu Xiaoyan slowly walked over with a longsword in hand. Her entire body was filled with a powerful star energy sword chi that swept out through the fluctuations of her domain. Feng Jiu and the others were shocked. What a powerful woman. Yanlai stared at Lu Xiaoyan cautiously as he could also sense how powerful she was. Those fluctuations were undoubtedly a domain, And this woman was much stronger than this gravity guy. Daao looked at Lu Xiaoyun. Thank you. Lu Xiaoyun glanced at him. Take the students and leave. They're guests from afar, so don't be rude. Daao nodded and left. After that, the students helplessly dispersed. Lu Xiaoyun's words were orders in Astral 7 and she was the leader. Woman, are you going to fight me next? Yanlai asked as he stared at Lu Xiaoyun. Lu Xiaoyun frowned. Sorry we were rude. I'll take everyone to the Trial Zone Mountain to enter the Life-Seek realm. There's no rush. You just slashed me once and you want to leave just like that? Yanlai said unhappily. Tianhou did not stop him as Lu Xiaoyun had piqued his interest. This human woman was the strongest Lemiter he had ever met. What do you want? Lu Xiaoyun's tone was cold. Yanlai raised his head. Either we fight or you take one of my attacks. Lu Xiaoyun glanced at Tianhou and the others before finally looking at Yanlai. Fine. Straightforward. Let me warn you first, you humans can't withstand my flames. Whether it's for defense or offense, you can do whatever you want, Yanlai said arrogantly as he soared into the air. Lu Xiaoyun had never underestimated Yanlai and the others, as she had been to the warfront and had seen many powerful astral beasts. These astral beasts had extraordinary innate gifts that were not inferior to humans. She had also heard of the Spiritual Academy's name many times, and facing the Academy head was equivalent to facing the Astral Combat Academy's student leaders. The stifling atmosphere suppressed the entire grassland. Further away, many students who had yet to leave stared at the battlefield. Daao was there as well as he had never underestimated Yanlai, but he had still been easily defeated. He wanted to know the difference between them. It was unknown when, but sparks appeared in the air. Then the sparks spread out and the high temperature spread. Many people raised their heads to look at the sky and their eyes were filled with shock. The sky was distorted. Chapter 309. Embermane stared at Lu Xiaoyun, his entire body emitting a strange flame. This flame made Lu Xiaoyun instinctively sense danger, and she instinctively slashed out. She had chosen to defend herself by attacking, as this was an instinctive reaction to Embermane's threat. Unfortunately, her sword chi was incinerated into nothingness before it could even get close to Embermane. The next second, everyone's hearts thundered as intense pain radiated from their bodies. The formless flame burned the entire area, turning it a dark red. In the distance, Dao's eyelids twitched. This scene was very familiar and he remembered this feeling. During the Astral Combat Tournament, when Eriker had fought Feng Shang, his karmic flame sword had been waiting to be unleashed. It was a scorching heat that could burn everything into nothingness. Lu Xiaoyun also sensed this and her gaze turned cold. She slashed out at Embermane from 100 meters away. This was an imitation of the first sword of the 13 swords, and it tore through the void, bypassing the scorching flames and landing directly on Embermane's body. Nearby, Feng Jiu gasped in surprise. Tianhou's eyes, which were hidden beneath his black robes, also flashed with surprise. What a powerful sword technique. Hua Yishou blinked. This sword technique was very powerful. Embermane was struck by Lu Xiaoyun's sword, and a gash appeared on his fiery red fur. His blood evaporated and he looked at Lu Xiaoyun in shock. She had actually been able to bypass the flames and hit him. Lu Xiaoyun frowned and gripped her sword tightly. What a powerful defense. Her strongest attack had not even hurt this flame mink. Embermane's eyes widened and he opened his mouth. A wisp of red shot out from his mouth, incinerating the void as it headed straight for Lu Xiaoyun. Lu Xiaoyun slashed out again, imitating the strongest sword technique of the 13 swords. It collided with the flames, but there was no earth-shattering explosion like everyone had expected. Instead, there was only the void collapsing as countless powerful shockwaves swept out in all directions. Lu Xiaoyun blocked with her sword, but it was melted by the flames and then evaporated. Her entire body was hit by the flames and she spat out a mouthful of blood. She was sent flying back 1,000 meters and most of her clothes had been burned away. Her right arm was charred black and her skin was scorched. She had been defeated by that wisp of flames. On the other side, Embermane exclaimed, "Human, you actually didn't die. I admit that you're very strong, but you're not my match." In the distance, many of Astral 7's students were stunned. The student leader had been defeated. Lu Xiaoyun was Astral 7's student leader and a disciple of the Sword Sect, but she had still been defeated. Was this the strength of the Spiritual Academy's Academy Master? It was no wonder why he dared to challenge the top 4 of the Astral Combat Academy. High up in the sky, several mentors shook their heads. Lu Xiaoyun had already tried her best. She had originally only wanted to defend, but she had been forced to use offense as a substitute for defense. Even so, she had still lost. Meanwhile, the wounds on the flame mink skin were gradually recovering. It was able to take on Lu Xiaoyun's full-powered sword head-on. The difference between them was obvious. Lu Xiaoyun's right hand was severely injured, but she endured the pain and looked at the flame marten. I've lost. You guys are indeed qualified to participate in the tournament of the strongest. I look forward to your battle. The flame sable was disdainful. The tournament of the strongest? You humans aren't qualified to be placed in my eyes. No one can resist my flames, and the top 4 of your academy are no exception. Alright, since it's over, take us to the Trial Zone Mountain, said Bai. The flame sable did not provoke him any further. He was very afraid of Qi, or rather, it should be said that the entire spiritual academy was afraid of Qi, the strongest academy master. 5 days after the group from the Astral Beast domain arrived, the remaining participants from the technocracy also arrived at Astral 5. Just like the Astral Beast domain, they were also provoked by the students from Astral 5. The results were shocking. Astral 5's Na Mu, Ro Day Night, and even the student leader Quang Wang had all been defeated. Just like Lu Xiaoyun, they had all been defeated without any suspense. This result caused those from the human domain who knew about the tournament of the strongest to fall silent. Whether it was Lu Xiaoyun or Quang Wang, they were both student leaders of their respective academies. In terms of strength, they could rank in the top 16, and they had all been qualified to compete for the title of the strongest in the Astral Combat Academy. However, they had been defeated so easily. Many people could not accept this result, and it cast a shadow over this tournament of the strongest. Many people had firmly believed that the top 4 would definitely emerge victorious after watching the Astral Combat Tournament, and that the final battle would be decided by the humans. However, many people had changed their minds at this moment, especially against the Astral Beast domain. The strongest Academy Master, Qi, had not even made a move, but a random flame mink had defeated Lu Xiaoyun. How terrifying was that? Not long after, the people from the Cosmic Sea's Arcadian Arrow crew arrived at Astral 3. Unlike Astral 5 and Astral 7, Astral 3 had been strictly ordered by Night Queen Yanqing not to be provoked. However, the 2 from the Arcadian Arrow crew seemed to be on good terms with the Day-Night clan, and they got along quite well with Night Queen Yanqing. However, even though Night Queen Yanqing was the leader of Astral 3, she could not restrain everyone, and Xianxia was one of them. Xianxia had not originally planned to provoke them, but he had received orders from Chaos God Mountain to test the strength of the 2 from the Cosmic Sea. The Arcadian Arrow crew had sent people to the Innerverse with ulterior motives. Xianxia did not know much about the Cosmic Sea, but he had heard rumors that the Cosmic Sea was divided into regions by battle groups. Among them, the 4 great battle groups were the most powerful, and they were powerful enough to strike fear into all the Innerverse powers. They were known as the 4 Hegemons, and the Arcadian Arrow crew was one of the few powerful battle groups that was independent of the 4 Hegemons. Chaos God Mountain had guessed that the Arcadian Arrow crew was planning to withdraw from the Cosmic Sea, which was why they had participated in this tournament of the strongest. They wanted to show their strength to the various powers so that they could find a power that was qualified to accept them. The Day-Night clan had set their sights on them, and so had Chaos God Mountain. Chaos God Mountain? You're from Chaos Flow Zone's Chaos God Mountain? Nate looked at Xianxia in surprise. Xianxia looked at Nate and said, "That's right. Please advise me." Beside them, Night Queen Yanqing's eyes flashed with killing intent. Xianxia, as the leader of Astral 3, I order you to step down. Otherwise, I have the right to judge you. Xianxia frowned. He was not Night Queen Yanqing's opponent, especially since this woman had changed recently. She had become even stronger, and she was worthy of being one of the top 4 powers of the Astral Combat Academy. She was not someone he could compare to. Nate's lips curled up. Miss Yanqing's fine. Since the disciples of Chaos God Mountain want to experience our Arcadian Arrow crew's strength, I'm happy to oblige. He then slowly walked out and faced Xianxia. You can make your move now. Xianxia did not dare to be careless when facing someone from the legendary Cosmic Sea battle groups. Nate was right about one thing. The Innerverse was too peaceful and could not compare to the cruelty of the Cosmic Sea. Anyone who could survive in the Cosmic Sea was terrifying, which was why Nate and the others looked down on the disciples of the Sword Sect. However, while Nate and the others could look down on the disciples of the Sword Sect, they would not look down on Chaos God Mountain. This was because Chaos God Mountain's cultivation was far crueler than the Sword Sect's. The Sword Sect relied on their powerful sword techniques to control the first flow zone, so they were very strong. However, to the people of the Cosmic Sea, they were more concerned about Chaos God Mountain because their survival ability far surpassed the Sword Sect's. With a whoosh, an enormous amount of energy scattered in all directions. Xianxia's four-lined battle force spread out, and a terrifying power distorted the void, causing cracks to appear in the void. The eyes of the expert behind Nate, who was also from the Cosmic Sea, lit up. I'll take this one. Four-lined battle force. That's not bad. Silas, you can have some fun. Nate smiled and slowly retreated. The youth named Silas walked out. He also had four-lined battle force, but compared to Xianxia's, his was more condensed and profound. With a bang, the two attacked at the same time. A similar scene occurred during the Astral Combat Tournament. Two four-line battle forces collided, just like the battle between Xia Yi and Xianxia. However, compared to that battle, Silas seemed much more relaxed. The disciples of Chaos God Mountain cultivated abnormal reflexes, and Silas's reflexes were not any worse. His movements were strange, but they were very effective. Night Queen Yanqing's eyes lit up. She did not care about four-lined battle force, but Silas's defensive movements were as smooth as flowing water. It was as if he could sense Xianxia's attack in advance. This was an ability that only Chaos God Mountain's disciples possessed. Our Cosmic Sea is always accompanied by danger, and the threat of death has long been engraved into our bones. Regardless of whether it's the weather, liquid energy, or living creatures, or even other powerful battle groups, they can all bring death to us. Thus, our battle methods are not fixed and they are all simple and effective. Nate seemed to have seen through Night Queen Yanqing's thoughts. The Day-Night clan was not ignorant of the Cosmic Sea. The more they knew, the more terrifying they became. The Cosmic Sea was a mystical place that existed between the Innerverse and the Neoverse. Aside from the various large battle groups that lived in the Cosmic Sea all year round, the rest of the Day-Night clan found it difficult to safely pass through the Cosmic Sea. This included the Neoverse, as it was a system that was independent of the entire universe. Although it was just a battle group, even the smallest battle group would not be easy to survive in the Cosmic Sea. They would at least have a hunter or even an almighty powerhouse whose power level exceeded 200,000. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to survive in the Cosmic Sea. It was precisely because of the importance that Night Queen Yanqing placed on the Cosmic Sea that she had lowered herself to befriend these two. Otherwise, with her status, she would not have bothered to speak to them. After all, these two were much older than her. In the Astral Combat Academy at their age, they would either become explorers or be expelled. They would not even have the chance to participate in the tournament. However, it had to be said that these two were very strong leaders. Xianxia was completely helpless against Silas. His most prided instinctive evasion was useless, and he could not even use his four-lined battle force. He was extremely sullen. After blocking Xianxia's kick, Silas praised, as expected of a disciple of Chaos God Mountain. You're qualified to train in the Cosmic Sea and you're much stronger than those Sword Sect disciples. Xianxia retreated helplessly as he was at his wits' end against Silas. Silas's lips curled up. Don't mind me. At your age, I haven't even comprehended four-line battle force. You're not bad, but you're still far from me. His battle force then transformed into a dark gold color, and an even more terrifying power exploded as it forced Xianxia back. Night Queen Yanqing and Xianxia were both shocked. This was five-line battle force. Do you still want to continue? Silas smiled as a dark gold light enveloped him, giving off a profound feeling of power. Xianxia's battle force dissipated and he shook his head. I've lost. Silas similarly dissipated his battle force. You'll be able to comprehend five-line battle force in a few years. I heard that there's a student in the Astral Combat Academy who comprehended five-line battle force, right? Nate suddenly asked as he looked at Night Queen Yanqing. Night Queen Yanqing's expression turned ugly. There is indeed one. That's good. Back then, the 10 Arbiters also comprehended 5-line battle force in the Astral Combat Academy. This person has been called a 10 Arbiters candidate, and I'll see if he has the qualifications to bear that title. Silas raised his head and his eyes flashed with displeasure. Chapter 310. Back then he had also wanted to comprehend 5-line battle force at this age and become comparable to the 10 Arbiters, but he had been too late by several years. Now that he knew that there were students from the Astral Combat Academy who had comprehended 5-line battle force at this age, he really wanted to give it a try. That person is called Lu Yin and he should be at the Heavenly Drum in the Undying Realm. If you want to find him you can go there, Night Queen Yanqing said. Silas sneered. Thank you. Xianxia glanced at Night Queen Yanqing and then left after exchanging some pleasantries with Nate and Lu Yin. Night Queen Yanqing was trying to incite these two to cause trouble for Lu Yin, and Xianxia was just in time to watch the show. Chaos God Mountain welcomed any powerhouse who had nowhere else to go. 5 days later, at the Heavenly Drum in the Undying Realm, there was another person besides Meng Yu and Dark Void. It was Michelle who had returned from a mission. Lu Yin felt awkward when he saw Michelle and he was also a little unhappy. He had been played by these two sisters. When are you going to help me comprehend battle force? Michelle asked coldly. Lu Yin thought about it. After the tournament. Michelle stared at Lu Yin and then turned around to walk away. Why does this woman look so familiar? Her aura is very similar to that woman from the border war, the monkey said curiously. She's Myra's sister, Lu Yin explained softly. No wonder they look so similar. The monkey suddenly thought of something and laughed strangely. 7th bro, a man must have great ambitions and dreams. Do you know what my dream is? To be a tomb raider whose name will go down in history, Lu Yin replied. The monkey was speechless. Of course not. Speaking of which, how can a tomb raider's name go down in history? He paused and then coughed. My dream is to one day take the entire Celestial Ice Phoenix clan into my harem, ha. Lu Yin rubbed his head. A monkey and an ice phoenix? What's with that? He stood up and decided that it was time to leave. He had wanted to wait for the drums to sound again, but it seemed that he would not be able to. However, the drums had helped him a lot the last time, so shouldn't he visit all the trial zones? That would offend many people, but was he afraid of offending others? Lu Yin thought about it. At that moment, a man stepped onto the Heavenly Drum under the shocked gazes of many students, attracting the attention of Lu Yin and the rest. The Heavenly Drum was Lu Yin's territory, and students outside of Astral 10 were not allowed to step onto it. But now an unfamiliar man had dared to step onto it. This was a provocation. Meng Yu was the first to speak. Who is it? The man glanced at Meng Yu with disdain before turning to Lu Yin. You're the Realm Master of the Undying Realm? Lu Yin frowned. It's me. I'm sorry, but I've taken a liking to the Heavenly Drum. Give it to me, said the man coldly. Lu Yin stared at the man who gave him a strange feeling. How should he put it? He had the temperament of someone who had wandered around for years. Who are you? Meng Yu took a few steps forward and was about to stand in front of the man, but he was stopped by Lu Yin. Origin and name. Silas from the Cosmic Sea. Universe Ocean? Lu Yin was shocked, and he wasn't the only one. All of the students who had heard about this person's background were shocked as well. Many people in the Innerverse knew about the Cosmic Sea, and it was an ominous place with an extremely high mortality rate. Countless experts died there every year, and anyone who could survive in the Cosmic Sea was definitely not simple. Among the many students, the students from Astral 5 and Astral 7 looked at Lu Yin worriedly. They had seen the participants from the Astral Beast domain and technocracy, and they were all very strong. They had even defeated Quang Wang and Lu Xiaoyan. Now it was the Cosmic Sea's turn to challenge Lu Yin. If Lu Yin was defeated, then the top 4 would become a joke. Although many students hated Lu Yin, he was still someone from the Astral Combat Academy, and they did not wish for him to be defeated. Michelle looked at Silas in shock. He was actually from the Cosmic Sea. She had heard her sister mention that place more than once, especially the 4 tyrants. Even the 10 Arbiters Council feared them, and they were not to be trifled with. Although they were few in number, they were extremely terrifying. The deeper one ventured into the universe, the more powerhouses there would be. The cosmic sea was even deeper than the innerverse, and it was filled with intense battles and death all year round. The people there were all freaks. What, are you afraid? Silas was disdainful. Lu Yin's brows rose. You want the heavenly drum? Sure, but come and take it. Silas sneered. You talk big. Battle force appeared around his body and a dark golden radiance appeared. Many of the students were shocked. 5-line battle force. Meng Yu, Michelle and Dark Void all retreated at the same time. A powerhouse with 5-line battle force had actually appeared. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. As expected of an expert from the cosmic sea. I'll show you the terror of the Arcadian Arrow crew, Silas growled as he charged at Lu Yin and punched out. Lu Yin's eyes widened and his 5-line battle force erupted. His majestic aura was not inferior to Silas's, and he responded with a punch of his own. Heaven and earth collided, and an intense sound accompanied by a powerful shockwave swept out in all directions. The shockwave spread out from the heavenly drum and pushed Michelle and the others away. Even many of the students outside of the drum were affected. After a single punch, the two simultaneously retreated and stared at each other in shock. You actually blocked it. Silas was shocked. He was much older than Lu Yin, and he had assumed that even if Lu Yin had comprehended 5-line battle force, it would only be at the initial stage. Furthermore, Lu Yin's physical condition would definitely not be on par with his. However, not only had this person blocked his punch, but he had also done so with ease. Silas could not even see Lu Yin's bottom line. Lu Yin looked at his fist. It was so powerful. More importantly, his punch had clearly carried several layers of strength, but it had been imperceptibly dissolved. This person had a freakish reaction speed that was similar to Chaos God Mountain's. This was the unique ability of someone who had lived in the cosmic sea for a long time. Their ability to predict danger. There was a whoosh as Silas swept his leg towards Lu Yin. He stared into Lu Yin's eyes as he could sense Lu Yin's next move from his opponent's eyes. Lu Yin did not evade and instead raised his leg to kick out. There was a thump as a shockwave surged into the sky. A giant spatial crack rose vertically from the collision between the two, as if it had split the world in half. It was quite a spectacular sight. Bang 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 bang. Intense collisions rang out from the heavenly drum. In the history of the Astral Combat Academy, almost no students with 5-line battle force had ever fought against each other. It was almost impossible for a student to grasp 5-line battle force, and the most they could achieve was 4-line battle force. More and more students gathered around the heavenly drum. Lu Yin had blocked Silas's attack. Up until now he had only relied on his 5-line battle force and had not used his domain or serious palm. He had not even used his overlaying stacks. He had only wanted to test the abilities of the Cosmic Sea's experts, and now that he had done so, he glanced outside the heavenly drum and his eyes flashed. There would definitely be people among these people who would describe this battle in detail, which would be disadvantageous for the upcoming tournament of the strongest. He did not like being thoroughly studied by others, so he suppressed his desire to use his domain and serious palm. He raised a hand and struck out with a 9 stacks 17-fold shockwave palm. Silas's expression changed, and his body moved like a fish as he dodged the palm wind and elbowed Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised his knee and collided with Silas's elbow. There was a huge explosion of shockwaves that spread out in an arc with the two at the center. Very few people had been able to dodge Lu Yin's palm attacks. He was extremely fast, and he also had the serious technique to detect his opponent's thousands of changes. His palm attacks had always been successful, but Silas had dodged them and even taken a direct hit. It was quite uncomfortable, but Silas's strength was not enough to injure Lu Yin. The two exchanged blows and then retreated at the same time, both panting heavily as they stared at each other. Silas sighed. No wonder you're called a 10 Arbiters candidate. It's not easy for you to grasp 5-line battle force so well at your age. It's a pity that the title of 10 Arbiters candidate is not something you can bear. After hearing Silas's words, Lu Yin suddenly remembered that his family had mentioned that a publicly recognized 10 Arbiters candidate from the Cosmic Sea would be participating in the tournament of the strongest. How many people from the Cosmic Sea are here? Lu Yin asked. 2. Silas did not hide anything. Is the other one about as strong as you? Lu Yin inquired. Silas frowned. You don't need to know. You'll naturally see it during the tournament. But do you really think that this is my true strength? He then raised his hand and his star energy transformed into a bow and an arrow. He pointed it at Lu Yin. I'm from the Cosmic Sea's Heavenly Arrow crew, and every member of our crew is a sharpshooter. This is my true strength. Lu Yin was shocked. He felt his scalp go numb when Silas's bow and arrow were pointed at him. This was especially so when the dark golden battle force wrapped around the arrow and caused the void to crack. The arrow had not been released yet, but it was enough to cause the void to be unable to withstand it. He was only a limiter. You're Lu Yin, right? The top 4 of the Astral Combat Academy aren't bad, but unfortunately, there's still a gap between you and us. Perhaps things will change in a few years, but there's no such thing as fairness in the universe. Silas's voice was cold as the sound of metal clashing rang out. The arrow wrapped in dark golden battle force formed a spiral that shot into the sky, causing many students to turn pale. It was too powerful. This arrow would definitely shatter the heavens and earth. Could Lu Yin block it? In the distance, a veiled woman in white silently watched the heavenly drum. Michelle and the others were nervous outside the drum. Not far from them were Shiyu Yuxianzi, Lu Xiaoyan and the rest. Many people had been attracted by this battle and were nervously watching. Experts from the Astral Beast domain, the Technocracy and the Cosmic Sea had all gathered. Many of the Astral Combat Academy's powerhouses had already been defeated, and they did not wish for Lu Yin to be killed. Lu Yin felt a sense of danger when facing Silas's arrow, but that alone was not enough to cause him to fail. Although this arrow was powerful, it would be useless if it could not hit its target. With a whoosh, the arrow pierced through the void. It was faster than any other arrow, including Lu Yin's flash step. Silas believed that no limiter would be able to dodge this arrow, and even an explorer would find it difficult to dodge it. He could only take it head-on. Silas had concentrated all of his battle force into this arrow, and he believed that very few people would be able to withstand it. The arrow smoothly pierced through Lu Yin and shot into the void, leaving behind a huge spatial crack that looked like a river of darkness in the sky. It was a shocking sight. Everyone looked at Lu Yin. Was he dead? Silas's bow dissipated and his lips curled up. No one could take his arrow head-on unless they were a powerhouse with 6-line battle force. Just as Silas was about to speak, a face appeared in front of him less than half a meter away. His eyes narrowed. Before he could finish, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. His body curled up like a shrimp and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Yin looked down at him. You're not my match. Chapter 311. Outside of the heavenly drum, many students were pleasantly surprised to see that Lu Yin was still alive. Lu Xiaoyun and the rest were shocked. How had he dodged that arrow? They definitely could not have dodged it with that speed. Speed was not a problem for Lu Yin, as the serious art was the bane of speed. At the last moment he had not been able to resist using the serious art to dodge the arrow. If this had been a live broadcast of the Tournament of the Strongest, he would not have been able to use the serious art. He would have had to take the arrow head-on, as that would have exposed his physical strength. Of course he would not have needed to hide it then, but at this moment he still needed to restrain himself or else he would be targeted. Silas was indeed someone from the Cosmic Sea who dared to participate in the Tournament of the Strongest. He was strong enough to defeat most of the Astral Combat Academy's student leaders, but unfortunately he had run into Lu Yin. Silas was still some distance away from the top 4, and Lu Yin did not know how strong the other person was. He was the publicly acknowledged 10 Arbiters candidate, and that person was the greatest threat. Silas half knelt on the ground and panted heavily. The pain in his abdomen almost caused him to vomit bile. He had experienced this feeling many times in the Cosmic Sea, but he had never expected to experience it in the Innerverse from someone younger than him. This person was stronger than him. Was this the power of the top 4 of the Astral Combat Academy? If the top 4 were all at this level, then he and Nate would definitely not be a match for them. After a while, Silas recovered and looked deeply at Lu Yin before leaving the heavenly drum. He had been thoroughly defeated and his sure-kill arrow had been dodged. He no longer had the ability to fight. Many students looked at Lu Yin, feeling that he was unfathomable. His speed seemed to have increased. Lu Yin looked around and left the undying world. The heavenly drum could not help him for the time being, and there were only 7 days left until the tournament. He needed to rest and not cultivate. Sometimes it was important to relax. On the other side of the battlefield, Silas did not immediately leave the undying realm after exiting the heavenly drum. He wanted to recall the battle that had just taken place, and most importantly he wanted to know how Luin had managed to dodge that arrow. It couldn't have been pure speed, or else there would have been changes in the void. Could Luin have seen through the trajectory of his arrow? This thought made Silas's hair stand on end. If that was true, then this person was definitely not any less terrifying than the cosmic kraken Xianxia. The only difference was that one had dodged his arrow while the other had crushed it. Who is it? Suddenly Silas stood up and looked behind him warily. At some point, a woman wearing a thin veil had appeared and was looking at him quietly. Who are you? Silas frowned. This woman's eyes were beautiful. 5-line battle force, try to block me, the woman said. Her voice was gentle, but it contained an indescribable chill. As she spoke, the air around them became much colder. Even the void began to distort and change color. This scene caused Silas's pupils to shrink. Aura? You're one of the top 4 of the Astral Combat Academy? Who? Mavis or Starsabel? Try and stop me, the woman said calmly as she took a step forward. At the same time, an endless sense of danger rose from the bottom of Silas's heart. He did not hesitate to release his 5-line battle force, and at the same time he summoned a bow and arrow to shoot at the woman. However, he was still a step too late. The woman and Silas passed each other, and with a second step she disappeared. Silas's body was frozen in place, and even his 5-line battle force was frozen. If news of this spread, it would definitely shock the entire Astral Combat Academy. Even Luin had to expend a great deal of effort to defeat Silas, but this veiled woman had done so easily. Her power was unfathomable, and she was also a Limiter. It's getting harder to control. This innate gift is very strong, but it's very difficult to control, the woman said before the frozen Silas shattered into pieces and disappeared from the undying realm. The next moment, in Astral 3's Trial Zone Mountain, Silas opened his eyes. His pupils flickered as he looked at his body. He had never experienced such extreme coldness before. This was an innate gift, and that woman's coldness was frightening. What kind of innate gift was this? Was she also a student of the Astral Combat Academy? The Astral Combat Academy was truly unfathomable. Nate walked over. Did you lose, Silas? Silas ignored Nate. His mind was filled with endless coldness, and he had long since forgotten about Luin. Nate frowned. Silas, I'm talking to you. Silas looked up with a serious expression. Nate, I don't think we should participate in the tournament of the strongest. Nate snorted. How can you survive in the cosmic sea if you're so weak after losing a single match? I'll contact the captain and have you expelled from the Arcadian Arrow crew. Silas shook his head. It's not Lu Yin's problem. He suddenly didn't know how to describe his current situation, so he sighed helplessly. Forget it, Nate. I'll remind you not to underestimate the Astral Combat Academy. There are too many hidden experts here. Nate disdainfully replied, adjust your state of mind. You'll only make that woman Yanqing look down on you. She'll also look down on our Arcadian Arrow crew. He then left. Silas looked at Nate's back and felt bitter. He had no idea what had happened to him. Luin had been waiting at Astral 10's Trial Zone entrance for a few days now. He had left the Undying Realm a few days ago and had planned to rest for a while, but he had suddenly recalled the matter of the Shenwu continent. Since resting was just resting, he might as well ask the Trial Master about it. However, the Trial Master ignored him. No matter what Luin asked, the Trial Master didn't hear a single word, which left Luin speechless. Do you think that the old guy is playing dumb? The monkey asked. Luin lay down on a tree and looked at the Trial Master. He had asked 2 questions. The first was, is it possible for a source box to be as big as a planet? The second was, can source boxes be combined to form defensive measures? There was no response to either of these questions, and he felt that the Trial Master didn't want to tell him anything. 7th bro, since you have nothing to do, why don't you go play in the ported battles? I heard that they're fun, the monkey urged. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. That's right, it had been a long time since he had participated in a ported battle. His record in the ported battles was 100 wins and 73 losses. He hadn't participated in any since he had entered the trial zones, so it would be good to warm up. Lu Yin jumped down from the tree and walked towards the teleportation stone. The trial master opened his eyes. Begin the battle for the teleportation stones. Snatch a teleportation stone and I'll answer one of your questions or give you a chance to lock break in front of me. Lu Yin's eyes lit up and he bowed. Thank you, mentor. The trial master smiled. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me, kid. Have you forgotten that the ported battles are only limited to the younger generation? There are no restrictions on realms. If you want to snatch a teleportation stone, you have to win 15 matches in a row. If you're unlucky, you might even run into one of the 10 arbiters, hee hee. Lu Yin took a deep breath. I believe that my luck isn't too bad. I have a record of winning 12 matches in a row. Good luck. Lu Yin resolutely stepped into the teleportation stone's range. The scene in front of him changed and he appeared in a desolate land. A figure slowly appeared in front of him with the words, "I'm the strongest," floating above his head. Lu Yin raised his brows. What an arrogant name. He waved his hand and a violent energy swept out. "I'm the strongest" was instantly killed. He was only a melder, so he couldn't even retaliate against Lu Yin. How satisfying. Lu Yin now felt the same joy as when that bastard Feng Shang had instantly killed him. Feng Shang hadn't only participated in the ported battles for the sake of fighting. The thrill of instantly killing others was definitely one of the reasons. It was too satisfying. Seventh bro, you're too much of a bully. The monkey laughed strangely. Lu Yin exited the ported battles and entered again. This time he appeared in an abandoned city. A Lemeter appeared in front of him and the Lemeter attacked him as soon as he appeared. However, Lu Yin instantly killed him. Once, twice, thrice. He was instantly killed 5 times in a row. Lu Yin let out a sigh of relief. It was too satisfying and this was the only place where he could directly feel his progress. He thought back to how he had trembled with fear every time he entered this place, afraid that he would run into a powerhouse. Now he didn't even care if he ran into an explorer. Perhaps he had been too arrogant, but another explorer appeared in front of him. This time they were fighting in a dark forest. The word Grandpa was clearly written above his head. This was the explorer's code name that had been transmitted to the other side of the astral gate. Damn, is he looking to die? How arrogant. Seventh bro beat him to death. The monkey was furious. Lu Yin was annoyed as well as this guy's nickname was really asking for a beating. On the other side, Cao Ku was feeling great, especially when he saw the word above his head. He didn't even know where he had come up with this nickname, but it was too convenient and too satisfying. Even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, he would still disgust them to death. This was what Cao Ku was thinking. Let's see who dares to say that they've defeated me. I've defeated Grandpa and Grandpa has defeated me. Cao Ku laughed heartily as this was too satisfying. He looked at the Lemeter across from him. Was he calling him seventh bro? Little brat, his name was also quite convenient. He really deserved a beating. Lu Yin didn't hesitate and charged forward, punching out. Cao Ku didn't care as he was just a Lemeter. He casually raised his hand and there was a thump. The next moment, Cao Ku's face changed. His right arm had been shattered and he was sent flying into the forest, creating a huge crater. Lu Yin looked down from above as this person had underestimated him too much. Just because he was an explorer, he didn't care. With Lu Yin's current strength, he could even put up a fight against an explorer with a power level of over 30,000. Back at the border warfront, Zitai's power level had far exceeded 30,000, but Lu Yin had still managed to force it back. Beneath the forest, Cao Ku wanted to curse. Where had this freak come from? He had fought ported battles for so many years, but he had rarely encountered such a freak. Today, however, he had actually encountered one. Cao Ku decided not to hold back any longer. Star energy surged from his body and the strange tattoo on his arm came to life. It then transformed into a bewitching woman, and in that instant the entire dark forest lit up. Lu Yin was shocked as this person was actually an expert from the Beast Tamer's flow zone. It was no wonder why his physical body was so weak. Most of the Beast Tamer's flow zone's experts focused their strength on their tamed beasts, and there were very few who could cultivate battle force like Quang Wang. Cao Ku stood in the middle of the forest, and in front of him was an extremely charming woman. She emitted a strange fluctuation that passed through the void and approached Lu Yin. Lu Yin felt dizzy and he looked down at the charming woman. The more he looked, the more mesmerizing she became. "Seventh bro, that's a succubus. Wake up," the monkey shouted. Chapter 3:12. Lu Yin shook his head vigorously, but Cao Ku appeared in front of him and slapped down at his head. Lu Yin's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Cao Ku was shocked that he had actually woken up. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his back as Lu Yin's palm landed on his back, knocking him to the ground once more. 9 stacks exploded and crushed Cao Ku to death. Lu Yin found it absurd that a dignified explorer had been defeated so easily. Cao Ku's defenses were too weak. "Monkey, what's a succubus?" Lu Yin appeared below the teleportation stone and asked curiously. "A succubus is an astral beast that can bewitch people. It's very weak, but it's very effective against people with weak willpower. That guy from before was quite strange. He actually got a succubus to be his tamed beast. He's got guts." Lu Yin was not surprised. With such a code name, what else could he not do? This person was also a prodigy in the Beast Tamer's flow zone. He had already won 6 consecutive battles, but Lu Yin did not rest. He touched the teleportation stone and entered the ported battles once more. Outside, the trial master sighed in amazement. Compared to a year ago, Lu Yin had improved so much that he might actually become a 10 arbiters candidate in a few more years. However, would one of the 10 arbiters step down? Up until now, none of the 10 arbiters had reached the age of 40, but that was fast approaching. Once one of them reached that age and surpassed the younger generation, would they step down? This was the question on many people's minds. Lu Yin entered the ported battles once more, and there was still no one who could stop him. His power was already considered quite strong among the younger generation, and only explorers or those on the top 100 rankings could defeat him. He slapped out and the figure in front of him disappeared. Lu Yin had already won 15 consecutive battles, and the color of his codename had changed to red. This was a sign that he had won 15 consecutive battles. The next battle was the battle for the teleportation stone. If he won, he would obtain the teleportation stone that his opponent had used to enter the ported battles. If he lost, he would have to start all over again. In the ported battles, anyone who saw a red name would have a headache. A red name represented a 15-match winning streak, and it also meant that the loser had to pay a price, which was the teleportation stone. The scene in front of him changed, and Lu Yin's 16th ported battle appeared on the ocean. The sea breeze carried with it a fishy smell. This was not his first time fighting on the ocean. Across from him, a figure appeared. Ah Fan felt that he was very unlucky today. Not only had he been scolded by his mentor for no reason, but he was also forced to watch the Astral Combat tournament again. He had even been forced to memorize everyone's battle. Lu Yin came from the Northline Flow Zone's Shanggu Academy, and he had always been competitive with the Astral Combat Academy. He did not reject the idea of watching the Astral Combat tournament, but that did not mean that he would watch it every day. Lu Yin felt that the mentors must have gone crazy and thought that they could win just by memorizing other people's fighting styles. This was especially true for one of them, Lu Yin. Rumor had it that his position in the Council of Astral Academy was in the Northline Flow Zone, which made him their direct superior. Ah Fan had done the most research on Lu Yin's battles, but the more he studied, the more he felt that Lu Yin was like a wild beast. His fighting style was crude and he relied purely on stacked stacks from battle force. There was no technique involved and Ah Fan looked down on such people. After watching the battles of the Astral Combat tournament for a while, Lu Yin looked forward to the upcoming tournament of the strongest. At the same time, he planned to enter the ported battles to kill some time and bully the weak. But as soon as he entered the ported battles, Ah Fan had the urge to curse out loud. Damn it, a red name. It had been many years since he'd met someone like that, but he'd actually met one. He felt so disgusted that he wanted to vomit. Encountering a red name meant that the opponent was very, very strong, and had already won 15 matches in a row. Encountering another red name meant that the loser would have to pay a price, which was the teleportation stone. Shanggu Academy only had one teleportation stone, which had been obtained by a very strong senior shamelessly. If he lost, he would be finished. Unlike the Astral Combat Academy, Shanggu Academy was not able to keep at least one teleportation stone. If he lost this battle and lost the teleportation stone, Ah Fan could imagine the mentor's expressions. He would become a sinner of Shanggu Academy. I can't lose, Ah Fan encouraged himself. He was a Lamiter and was one of the top existences in Shanggu Academy. His status was equivalent to that of the student leaders of the Astral Combat Academy, but there was still a gap between each leader. When Lu Yin's palm landed on Ah Fan's shoulder, Ah Fan felt as if his future was dark. He had been defeated without being able to resist at all. Lu Yin watched in shock as Ah Fan disappeared. This person was not weak, as he had actually been able to block Lu Yin's 7 stacks and had only been defeated by 9 stacks. He was a rare expert within the same realm and qualified to enter the top 32 of the Astral Combat Tournament. Unfortunately, he was still not strong enough. From Lu Yin's perspective, there was a huge gap in the Astral Combat Academy that separated the top students. It was not the student leaders and the ordinary students, but rather Starsabil's group and everyone else. Lu Yin had not been able to see it clearly before he comprehended his domain, but the moment he comprehended it in the Tower of Resonating Light, he could clearly see how powerful Han Chong was. He could also clearly see this gap and he was on top of it. With his red name restored, Lu Yin could speak again. Astral 10. The moment he spoke, he could no longer speak as the scene before him changed. He opened his eyes and looked at the trial master. Mentor, I snatched a teleportation stone. The trial master nodded. Ask away. Lu Yin thought for a moment. Can source boxes complement each other or even create a defensive force field that changes qualitatively? The trial master's eyes lit up. That's right. Source boxes can complement one another through their lock-breaking abilities. This is a technique that boundless advanced lock-breakers use. Kid, it's pretty good that you know this. Did someone else tell you this or did you figure it out yourself? I guessed it when I encountered the sealing force field of 5 source boxes on the Shenwu continent, Lu Yin replied respectfully. The trial master sighed. The Shenwu continent actually has a technique that only boundless advanced lockbreakers can use. It's a pretty good place. The trial master then looked at Lu Yin seriously. Kid, your current level is too low. Don't think about these things or else it'll be easy for you to form the wrong lock-breaking path and even lead you to death. Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement and took a deep breath. He raised his hand and entered the ported battle once more. As for the teleportation stone that he had snatched, Shanggu Academy would deliver it to Astral 10 as soon as possible. This was a rule that they did not dare to break. Although the strong preyed on the weak in the universe, under the might of the powerhouses, there was a set of rules that operated according to which everyone was bound. Regardless of whether it was the Astral Combat Academy, Shanggu Academy, the 10 Arbiters Council, the Day-Night Clan, the Sword Sect, or the Cosmic Sea, they all operated according to the rules set by the most powerful powerhouses. Snatching the first teleportation stone went relatively smoothly, and it only took him half a day. However, Lu Yin's luck seemed to have run out. He had just won 3 matches in a row, but his 4th match was against an extremely terrifying powerhouse who could change the weather. As he watched the explorer walk towards him step by step, Lu Yin knew that his chances of survival were slim. Every breath he took was heavy and the air felt like it was burning. He didn't dare to look away, afraid that he would be instantly killed if he wasn't careful. Bang! The ground trembled as the person opposite him, codenamed Commander, formed a spear with star energy and smashed it into the ground. He raised his head and stared at Lu Yin as if waiting for his next attack. Lu Yin did not hesitate and used Flash to tear through the void and appear behind the commander. He then activated his serious art and struck out with a 13 stacks 22 times shockwave palm. This was a probing attack. The commander's back was facing Lu Yin, and his eyes widened as a trace of astonishment flashed through them. He slowly moved to the side and dodged just as Lu Yin's palm was about to land on him. The spear spun around and stabbed out, but the void remained unchanged. This attack had reached a certain realm. It could not destroy the void, but its power was even more terrifying than tearing through the void. Within the range of his serious art, Lu Yin could see the trajectory of the spear's attack, but he could not avoid it. He was instantly locked onto, and he felt like he could not escape even if he ran to the ends of the earth. This spear even caused his mind to go into a daze, and by the time he could react, his body had already been pierced. Lu Yin felt bitter. This was the power of a top explorer, and this person's spear should have surpassed the power of an ordinary cruiser. The commander could not hide the shock in his eyes as he watched the person named Seventh Bro slowly disappear from his spear. This person was only a Lemiter, but he had been able to consciously avoid his spear and even maintain his consciousness. This was inconceivable. More importantly, the commander's spear had displayed a strength that far exceeded his expectations. Otherwise, he would not have been able to pierce through this person's body. This person's physical strength was terrifying. This person was just a Lemiter. He was Kunan, ranked 20th on the top 100 rankings and a powerhouse whose name shook the universe. Countless space-exploring powerhouses had died at his hands, but none of them had been able to give him such a shock. This person actually reminded him of the freaks in the top 10 of the top 100 rankings. Those people should have been this powerful when they were Lemeters. That was Kunan's evaluation of Lu Yin as a freakish genius. Lu Yin sighed as he looked around at the familiar scene. The might of that spear had killed him on the spot. This person was too strong. Seventh Bro, that guy is an explorer and he's definitely one of the top explorers. Don't mind him, the monkey comforted Lu Yin as it was rare for him to do so. Lu Yin laughed. I know, but he's also from the younger generation. If he can kill me in one hit, then he should be an expert on the top 100 rankings. And he's definitely at the top, the monkey said confidently. Lu Yin knew that the monkey was just encouraging him, but he also knew that it was the truth. He had used the strengthening fruit to increase his physical strength by a great deal, and he was confident that even an expert on the top 100 rankings would not be able to kill him in one hit. If this person could do it, then he was definitely at the top, but he did not know what his ranking was. Could he be even higher than Wendy Yushan? Lu Yin suddenly realized that he was getting closer and closer to Wendy Yushan. When he had first arrived at the Astral Combat Academy, he did not even have the qualifications to look up at the top 100 rankings. Now, however, he could rely on his own strength to estimate the rankings of others. This was progress, and it had only been 2 years since he had last seen it. Just wait, in another 2 years he might be able to compete for the top spot on the top 100 rankings, crush everyone and even touch the 10 arbiters. At that time he wondered if Wendy Yushan would still be so arrogant, and if Mira would still dare to tease him. At that time he should be able to directly face the 10 arbiters. A piece of paper with the surname Lu had cost 72 lives. It was time to pay for it. He had to find out which arbiter had suggested that their blood be spilled in outer space. Again, Lu Yin growled and entered the ported battle once more. Chapter 313. Half a day later, Lu Yin finally received his second red name. Ever since his encounter with the commander, he had become more clear-headed. He knew that it was possible for him to meet one of the 10 arbiters in the ported battles, and his desire for luck had grown stronger. Boom! The ground trembled as a figure disappeared from the swamp. Astral 10. Lu Yin called out once more as he gradually disappeared into the swamp. He had succeeded in obtaining the second teleportation stone. At this point his battle record was 134 wins and 108 losses, and his winning streak had reached 19. If not for the commander, he could have achieved 30 consecutive victories, which would have given him the right to challenge one of the top 100 rankings. Mentor, I've obtained the second teleportation stone, Lu Yin said respectfully. The trial master opened his eyes and nodded. Ask away. Lu Yin wanted to ask if it was a source box the size of a planet, but the words did not leave his mouth. This question was meaningless to him, at least not for the current him. There would be plenty of opportunities to ask in the future, so he might as well ask something more useful or preserve his qualifications so that he could lock break in front of the trial master. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. I have no questions. I would like to lock break in front of you, mentor. Please allow me. The trial master grunted. All right, you have one chance. Lu Yin was delighted. Thank you, mentor. He wanted to continue participating in the ported battles, but the trial master stopped him. Someone wants to see you. He then took out his ancient gadget. When he saw this, Lu Yin knew who wanted to meet him. Night King Yuanjing. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and there were many things that only Night King Yuanjing could help him with. Monkey, the person you've been waiting for is here. The monkey laughed strangely. Hee, I never thought that there would be a day when I would guide a Night King elder. A screen appeared and Night King Yuanjing appeared in front of Lu Yin, looking at him with a gentle gaze. We meet again, kid. Lu Yin bowed respectfully. Student Lu Yin greets Elder Yuanjing. Night King Yuanjing waved his hand and smiled. No need for formalities. You're friends with Zhou, so you're a friend of the Day-Night clan. I'll call you Little Yin. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Yes. Night King Yuanjing nodded. I've already accepted Zhou as my disciple. Little Yin, you can rest assured. Lu Yin was delighted. Thank you, Elder. Zhou, you're really smart. I have to thank you for finding me such a good disciple, ha. Lu Yin lowered his head and didn't reply. Behind him, the trial master spoke up. You're already so old, yet you're still playing the role of authority. Aren't you worried to death? Night King Yuanjing glared fiercely at the trial master before turning back to Lu Yin. Little Yin, this old man has something to ask of you. Lu Yin was shocked and he hurriedly said, Elder, if there's anything you need, please instruct me. Little Yin is not worthy of the word beg. Kid, there's no need to be polite. If you can really help, then you can even get that old man to call you Grandpa, the trial master said in a very unkind manner. Night King Yuanjing's face immediately turned ugly as if he had just swallowed a fly. Old Tan, no one will think you're a mute if you don't interrupt. Night King Yuanjing angrily barked. Lu Yin kept his head down and pretended to be obedient. After exhaling, Night King Yuanjing looked at Lu Yin and asked, Little Yin, when you first heard traces of the third Night King, did you hear anything else? For example, an air vent. Lu Yin scratched his head and fell into deep thought. Night King Yuanjing did not disturb him and only stared at him. Lu Yin thought about it and then suddenly said, I think so. That mutant beast said a lot of things in order to save its life, but it's been so long that I don't really remember them. Night King Yuanjing's breathing quickened and he stared at Lu Yin fervently. Don't worry, take your time. This old man has time, so take your time. You must remember. The trial master's turbid eyes also looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Lu Yin thought about it for a while and then said in distress, Elder, I'm sorry. Too many things have happened recently and there's been too much trouble. Please allow Little Yin to go back and think about it. Once I've thought it through, I'll immediately inform Elder. Night King Yuanjing waved his hand. Trouble? What trouble? Tell me and Grandpa Yuanjing will help you resolve it. Lu Yin was speechless as the trial master's form of address had changed too quickly. The trial master rolled his eyes. Lu Yin was put in a difficult position. That's not very good. Elder, you have to deal with a lot of matters in the Night King clan every day. It's not good for Little Yin to trouble you with such a small matter. Night King Yuanjing waved his hand. There's no need to be so polite. Little Yin, if you have any trouble, feel free to look for Grandpa Yuanjing. Grandpa Yuanjing will definitely help you resolve it. Lu Yin nodded and helplessly said, If that's the case, then please help Frostwave weave Grandpa Yuanjing. Little Yin's hometown has been bullied and it's really hard to accept. However, there's nothing that I can do. Who bullied you? Night King Yuanjing glared at Lu Yin and asked angrily. Lu Yin thought about it and felt that he was in a difficult position. Night King Yuanjing's eyes flashed. Can't be that brat Yanqing, right? Lu Yin sighed and bowed. Senior Yanqing didn't do it on purpose. That brat still dares to meddle in Frostwave Weave's affairs. This old man has already warned her. Alright, this old man understands. Don't worry, the Day-Night clan will no longer interfere in Frostwave Weave's affairs. Night King Yuanjing then continued, Little Yin, is there anything else that you need Grandpa Yuanjing to resolve? Lu Yin replied, Does Grandpa Yuanjing have a way to delay the Outerverse Youth Council's selection? Night King Yuanjing was astonished. Delay the Outerverse Youth Council's selection? Why? Lu Yin was helpless. There's someone in the Outerverse Youth Council who's Little Yin's enemy. If he's elected, then Little Yin's future days will be troublesome, and it might even affect Little Yin's hometown. Night King Yuanjing nodded. Alright, this old man agrees. I'll contact Jin Wu and have him delay the selection. He then looked at Lu Yin again. Anything else? Lu Yin knew that he could not do too much. He had crushed Zhanlong Day-Night and the others on Shenwu continent, and this Night King Yuanjing definitely knew about it. The Day-Night clan would definitely be furious, but they had held themselves back because of the matter with the third Night King. This was a limit that Lu Yin could not break. Otherwise, just as the trial master had said, even Astral 10 would not be able to protect him. Night King Yuanjing's current attitude towards Lu Yin was due to the fact that Lu Yin was a student of Astral 10, as well as the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's contributions. However, fear was fear, and that did not mean that the Day-Night clan could not do anything to Lu Yin. These two matters were more than enough. Thank you, Grandpa Yuanjing, but there's nothing else. Right, little Yin remembered something. Lu Yin looked up and blinked. The great realm of nothingness does indeed have many vents, and these vents can produce void wind. Even an almighty powerhouse can't do anything about it. Some of these vents are entrances to the great realm of nothingness. Right, how do we find the entrances? Night King Yuanjing's eyes were filled with excitement as he stared at Lu Yin. The trial master also looked at Lu Yin, and his gaze was no longer cloudy. Lu Yin replied, "There's a way. Find the largest vents, and the smallest vents closest to the largest vents are the safe entrances." Night King Yuanjing's eyes lit up. The smallest vents closest to the largest vents. Are you sure? Lu Yin shook his head. I'm not sure. That's what that astral beast said in order to save its life. I don't know if it's true or not, but I'm just telling the truth. Night King Yuanjing nodded. Right, I understand. If it's true, then little Yin, you'll be an honored guest of the Day-Night clan from now on. The screen then disappeared. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Night King Yuanjing's words had another layer of meaning to them. If it was false, then Lu Yin was done for. Night King Yuanjing had not bothered about the matter with Zhanlong Day-Night, nor had he questioned Lu Yin about why he had not told him everything back then. Lu Yin was very careful, and this sort of person would either not make a move, or once he made a move he would strike like a thunderbolt. If Lu Yin wanted to preserve his life, then he had to prove his worth. Otherwise, once the third Night King was released, then Lu Yin would not be far from death. Kid, Night King Yuanjing is not someone to be trifled with, the trial master slowly said before closing his eyes and falling silent. Lu Yin bowed to the trial master and silently retreated from the entrance. He was no longer in the mood to challenge the ported battles. There were still a few days until the tournament of the strongest, and he needed to rest well. Monkey, is the third Night King really not going to break free? Lu Yin asked worriedly. The monkey was helpless. No, definitely not. How many times have you asked? This monkey swears on the Celestial Ice Phoenix clan that he definitely won't break free. Lu Yin raised his brows. What does the Celestial Ice Phoenix clan have to do with you? That's my future harem, so of course it has something to do with me. This is the most vicious oath I've ever made. Also, you have to have faith in the Void Wanderer ancestor. That old guy can be considered one of the oldest existences in the Astral Beast domain. Forget about the Day-Night clan, even the old guys from your human domain's Hall of Honor might not be able to rescue the third Night King. Don't worry. Although the monkey had spoken with certainty, Lu Yin was still worried. The Day-Night clan's inheritance was too long. Hundreds of thousands of years. Millions of years. Generation after generation, their inheritance had never been severed. Lu Yin did not know what methods they had. Lu Yin's deepest impression of the Day-Night clan was that inheritance stone. Qingyu had stolen it, but the Day-Night clan was not worried at all. They had clearly stated that anyone who obtained the inheritance stone had to hand it over or face death. This was the Day-Night clan's confidence, and this confidence was reflected in their strength. This strength was not something Lu Yin could imagine, so it was hard for him not to worry. It was time for him to make preparations for the third Night King's escape. He had to prepare for the worst. Not long after, Night Queen Yanqing, who was in Astral 3, received a notice from her clan. From this moment onwards, the Day-Night clan is not allowed to interfere with the war in Frostwave Weave. Violators will be investigated. Night Queen Yanqing shocked. Why was this happening? They had warned her not to interrogate Zhou Day-Night, but not long after she had been accepted as a disciple by Elder Yuanjing. Now they were warning her not to interfere in Frostwave Weave's affairs. Lu Yin must have been the one behind this. What had he done to make the elders speak up for him? Night Queen Yanqing looked at the notice, and there was a deep fear in her eyes. Lu Yin had hidden himself well, and he had even been able to influence the elders of the Night King clan. Not long after Night Queen Yanqing received the warning in the Outerverse East San Dios, Yanfeng also received a notice. The Outerverse Youth Council's evaluation will be delayed for 6 months. All members being evaluated, please make your preparations. Arbiter Zhenwu. Chapter 314. Yan Feng was confused when he saw the notice. Delayed? Half of the Outerverse counselors were already dead and they desperately needed more. Why was there a delay? This was a notice from Arbiter Zhenwu. What had happened? No matter how Yan Feng guessed, he could not figure out that this was Lu Yin's doing. Ever since Jenny Anna had arrived at Fire's Melt Planet, the two had become mortal enemies. Even though Lu Yin had never cared about Jenny Anna, she was still one of his fiancées in name. For Yan Feng, helping Night Queen Yanqing to deal with Lu Yin was an easy task, but this outcome was something that he could never bear. Lu Yin had no plans to lay all his cards on the table with Yan Feng just yet. Once he reached East Sandios, he would deal with Yan Feng in Puyu. 2 days passed peacefully, and there were only 3 days left until the tournament of the strongest. On this day, Lu Yin suddenly received a notification from Little Pao that someone was looking for him at the space station. Lu Yin arrived at the space station and immediately saw the Naylan family's spacecraft, as well as the stunning Madame Naylan who was standing below it. Madame Naylan? Lu Yin was surprised. She smiled at Lu Yin. You didn't expect me to come, did you? Lu Yin smiled. I really didn't. Why are you here in Astral 10? I'm here to look for you. Lu Yin was puzzled. Look for me? How can I help, madam? Madame Naylan gestured for him to sit down. Student Lu, please sit down. It's too tiring to stand. Lu Yin nodded and followed her onto the spacecraft. It was still the same lounge, the same luxurious ingredients and the same expensive wine. To tell you the truth, I'm here to ask Student Lu to help me unlock a source box. Madame Naylan went straight to the point. Lu Yin was surprised. Madam, as the head of the Naylan family, you must have many lockbreakers by your side. Why are you looking for me? Student Lu, you're not willing. She smiled. Lu Yin solemnly replied, Madam, you've saved me twice. Even if you ask me to go through a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, I'd not hesitate. I'm just curious. Madame Naylan smiled and stared at Lu Yin with her beautiful eyes. I don't feel at ease finding other lockbreakers. He was only a 2-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, and with the Naylan family's wealth, it was not impossible for them to hire a perceptive intermediate or even a boundless advanced lockbreaker, let alone a discerning elementary lockbreaker. However, Lu Yin did not probe any further. He thought back to the first time he had met this woman and how she had been assassinated. There were simply too many conflicts within large families. Since you think so highly of me, I won't decline. Let's begin, Lu Yin said. She looked at him helplessly. Student Lu really is a cultivation maniac. We just sat down. He smiled awkwardly and didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up the thigh of an unknown astral beast and began to chew on it. He had to admit that it was delicious. The meat was fresh and tender, and it even contained the power of star energy. A single bite was enough to fill his mouth with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. He took a sip of the red wine and exhaled in satisfaction. Madam, this glass of red wine must be expensive. If Student Lu likes it, I can give you some, Madame Naylan said with a smile. Lu Yin smiled as he declined. This woman was so attentive to him, which was strange. He never believed in free lunch, let alone such an expensive one. This woman was a top tycoon in the Outerverse with her seductive beauty, and her background was related to the Sword Sect. She could not be underestimated, and he wondered if the Sword Sect had asked her to rope him in. However, after some thought, he rejected the idea. He was only a Lemiter, and no matter how talented he was, how could he compare to the 10 arbiters? The Sword Sect had produced 10 arbiters, and even if they admired him, they would not try to rope him in without any bottom line. But if they did try to rope him in, could he refuse? Lu Yin recalled that this woman had saved his life twice. Are you thinking about what I'm trying to do with you? A fresh and beautiful face with a boundless charm appeared in front of Lu Yin, causing him to retreat in fright. Madame Naylan smiled. Student Lu, am I really that scary? Lu Yin laughed dryly. You're too beautiful and I can't bear it. Madame Naylan's eyes curved into crescents. You really know how to talk. We've met a few times already, but I haven't told you my name yet. I'm Lu Fuxue. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Indeed, the surname Lu was a primeval surname, and it was also the surname of the Sword Sect's leader. Drifting clouds form snow, and the taste of the world is boiled into tea. What a good name. Madame Naylan sighed. Student Lu's literary talent is astonishing. Then I wonder if you can decipher my other name, Lu Tianmu. Lu Yin did not think too much about it and blurted out, Sirius is scattered and Su is like autumn. Madame Naylan covered her mouth and giggled. She clapped her hands. Student Lu is quick-witted. You can probably compete with those from the erudite flow zone. Madame Naylan, who is this Lu Tianmu that you mentioned? Lu Yin asked curiously. Both of them had the surname Lu and they were not simple people. Madame Naylan's lips curled up and a teasing look flashed through her eyes. You'll find out in the future. Madame Naylan had asked Lu Yin to unlock 3 source boxes. 2 of them were certified 3 stars discerning elementary source boxes, and they were both stone-like. The 3rd source box had not been certified, but it was about the same size as the other 2 source boxes. Its appearance was a little strange as it was a severed palm. No, it looked like a severed palm. This severed palm piqued Lu Yin's interest, as there were no identical source boxes in the universe. Every lockbreaker would encounter all sorts of strange source boxes, but a severed palm-shaped source box was still considered strange. Lu Yin spent 2 hours to unlock the first source box, and it was only a 3 stars discerning elementary source box. He did not even use the giant emperor's third eye, and he only used his domain and Sirius to unlock it. This was 13 times faster than his first attempt, which represented his improvement. Unfortunately, the item within the first source box had long since dissipated, so his efforts had been wasted. The second source box took Lu Yin 2.5 hours, and he obtained a very ancient wooden board. There were some words on it, but Lu Yin could not understand them, so he handed it over to Madame Naylan. Madame Naylan had someone preserve it for archaeologists to study, as perhaps they would be able to obtain some useful information. The fact that it had been sealed away by the universe meant that an almighty powerhouse had come into contact with it. Only then would it have some value. Any item obtained through lockbreaking was not simple, and the most classic example was the Ross Empire. The founder of the Ross Empire had unintentionally unlocked an item, a long dress made of very ordinary materials that did not have any star energy. He had originally planned to throw it away, but he was unwilling to do so, so he handed it over to his subordinates to study. Who would have thought that the dress would contain quite a bit of ancient technological research, which had led to the birth of the Ross Empire, one of the hegemons of the blazing mist flow zone, who had the qualifications to compete with the Blaze realm. Of course, the Ross Empire had only been a coincidence. Many powers had unlocked items that contained words, and it was unrealistic to try and decipher them. Even if they could, they might not be suitable for the current era. Furthermore, a portion of the research results had already been exposed as too many years had passed. In any case, anything that could be unlocked had value, and this value needed to be carefully considered. Lu Yin looked at the severed palm in front of him and touched it with one hand. Suddenly, his fingertips were pricked by something and he frowned in confusion. "7th bro, something's not right. This thing isn't easy to deal with," the monkey suddenly said in a serious tone. Lu Yin activated the serious art and used his domain to support himself. He then took out the giant emperor's third eye and focused on the severed palm. With the 3 layers of support, Lu Yin saw something different. A strange aura enveloped the severed palm, and it was filled with an ominous feeling. This aura took the form of a barbed scorpion tail, and it was this object that had pricked Lu Yin. Lu Yin was shocked, as this was his first time encountering such a scene. He had seen quite a few sourcebox catalogs, and even sourceboxes that could harm lockbreakers would not take the form of a barbed scorpion tail. Of course, it was possible that he could not see it through the sourcebox catalog. Many lockbreakers had died mysteriously, and this scene might have been related to it. Lu Yin thought about it. He still had one more chance to unlock this sourcebox in front of the trial master. He then said to Madame Naylan, "Madam, I want to bring this source box in front of the trial master to unlock it." Delight flashed through her eyes and she nodded. "All right, student Lu. Be careful." Lu Yin nodded. It seemed that Madame Naylan was aware of the uniqueness of this severed palm, and she had only been testing him. If he had really wanted to unlock it, she would have stopped him. Her true intention was to use him to ask the trial master for help. Did she know of the trial master's existence? It was not impossible, as the trial master was definitely an extremely powerful lockbreaker that even Night King Yuanjing respected. If Madame Naylan knew of the trial master's existence, then it would make sense for her to ask him to unlock the source box today. It was only now that Lu Yin understood what this woman was trying to do. Indeed, anyone who could become a top lockbreaker was not simple. He had not even been able to tell what she was trying to do, and it was only after being taught a lesson that he understood. The severed palm did not have any offensive properties, or else Madame Nayland would not have taken it out so easily. Only direct contact would result in an attack. When Lu Yin appeared in front of the trial master with the severed palm, the trial master suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the severed palm. It's the work of a predecessor. Kid, you cannot unlock this source box. Lu Yin respectfully asked the trial master, please enlighten me. The trial master calmly replied, some source boxes contain the power of their previous owners. Could be an innate gift, battle force, a domain, or even a technique. These powers can be passed down through the ages, and they are the greatest threat to lockbreakers. Are you saying that this severed palm contains the power of a powerhouse? Lu Yin asked in astonishment. The trial master closed his eyes. If you want to unlock a source box like this, you need to be at least a lockbreaker at the boundless advanced lockbreaker level. It's still too early for you, kid. Lu Yin thought about it. Can mentor help me? The trial master shook his head. The power of a predecessor is equivalent to transcending the ages to fight against a powerhouse of the past. The risk is too great. Lu Yin nodded. This student will take his leave. Not long after, Lu Yin returned the severed palm to Madame Nayland and repeated what the trial master had said. Madame Nayland sighed and smiled bitterly. Student Lu, to tell you the truth, I've sought out quite a few lockbreakers, but they all rejected me. Mentor said that only lockbreakers who have touched the boundless advanced lockbreaker level can successfully unlock this source box, Lu Yin said. Chapter 315. She shook her head. Boundless advanced. Our Nayland family doesn't have the qualifications to invite you. Forget it, we'll talk about it when we have the chance. Lu Yin watched her put away the severed palm and couldn't help but say, Madam, you've saved me twice. When I reach the boundless advanced level, I'll definitely help you unlock. Madame Nayland smiled happily. Then I'll be waiting, future boundless advanced lockbreaker. Lu Yin laughed dryly. The boundless advanced level was still very far away. After unlocking the 2 source boxes, he wasn't far from the 3 stars discerning elementary level, but he could only dream of reaching the boundless advanced level. Here's your reward. She took out a Mavis bank card and handed it to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's brows rose. Madam, you're looking down on me. Madame Nayland smiled and very naturally put away the card. She then looked at Lu Yin. If you don't want any reward, then let me tell you something that might interest you. What is it? Another genius from the sword sect? Lu Yin teased. Madame Nayland had mentioned Lu Xiaoqiu to him, which had shocked him. However, Lu Xiaoqiu had been defeated, so he couldn't help but tease her. Madame Nayland, something like that, but it's not the sword sect. It's the Cosmic Sea. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. The Cosmic Sea? Madame Nayland nodded and took a few steps forward. She then turned back to look at Lu Yin. Do you know anything about the Cosmic Sea? Lu Yin shook his head. Not really. How should I put it? The Cosmic Sea is divided into battle groups, and there are all sorts of people who can't survive in the innerverse and outerverse. Those who can reach the Cosmic Sea are all experts, and even a colossus like the Sword Sect doesn't dare to underestimate them. Among them, the 4 great battle groups are the most terrifying, and they're known as the 4 hegemons. Any one of them has the power to shake the Sword Sect. There are many other battle groups below them, and if these groups want to survive in the Cosmic Sea, they have to pay tribute to the 4 great battle groups every year, which is equivalent to a protection fee. Of course, there are also some groups that aren't willing to pay tribute, such as the Arcane Arrow Crew and the Unyielding Crew. The Arcane Arrow Crew? He thought back to Silas, who had fought at the Heavenly Drum. He seemed to be from the Arcadian Arrow Crew. It's very difficult to survive in the Cosmic Sea. Even powers like the Sword Sect and the Day-Night Clan would only be courting death if they went there. The fact that those battle groups have been able to survive until now shows just how terrifying they are. Among them, the Unyielding Battle Group is the most shocking because their commander is only a Limiter, Madame Nayland said solemnly. Lu Yin was shocked. A Limiter? Madame Nayland nodded. That's right. He's a Limiter, and he's recognized by the entire Cosmic Sea as a candidate for the 10 Arbiters. He's qualified to challenge the younger 10 Arbiters, and he possesses a terrifying innate gift. He's an absolute expert. Lu Yin recalled that his family had once mentioned an expert from the Cosmic Sea. Could it be this person? Uncle Spectre didn't explain it clearly either. Madam, what's that person's name? Madame Nayland turned around, her eyes flashing. Xianxia. Lu Yin blinked. What a good name. Logically speaking, a battle group led by a mere Limiter shouldn't have been able to survive in the Cosmic Sea. However, the unyielding battle group managed to survive and successfully attracted the attention of the major battle groups. The major battle groups have confirmed that they are targets that must be captured personally. Will this Xianxia participate in the Tournament of the Strongest? Rumor has it that he might. Due to the recent changes in the Cosmic Sea, many battle groups have left to find other paths. He might also leave the Cosmic Sea, and the best place to go after leaving is to display his worth. The Tournament of the Strongest suits him very well, Madame Nayland said solemnly. No wonder Uncle Spectre had said that this person might participate. Lu Yin now understood why the Arcane Arrow crew was participating in the Tournament of the Strongest. The Cosmic Sea? He would go there sooner or later. Thank you for telling me, madam, Lu Yin said gratefully. Madame Nayland smiled. I hope that you can defeat Xianxia this time. Next time I'll tell you the names of the 10 arbiters and see if you can defeat them, hee. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat when he heard her laughter, and he hurriedly composed himself. Madame Nayland wasn't in a hurry to leave Astral 10, but she couldn't enter either. Lu Yin couldn't stay with her forever, so he left after a short while. The next day Astral 3 was shaken. The sword sex Lu Xiaoqiu had appeared. During the Astral Combat Academy's Astral Combat Tournament, Lu Xiaoqiu had joined Astral 2 and was considered an Astral Combat Academy student. However, he rarely stayed there. Now, however, he had appeared in Astral 3 with only one goal: to challenge the Cosmic Sea's experts. News of what the Cosmic Sea's experts had done in the sword sect had already spread, so it wasn't surprising that Lu Xiaoqiu had come looking for him. If this had been before his battle with Lu Yin, Silas wouldn't have cared about Lu Xiaoqiu, but now he was facing Lu Xiaoqiu, who had been evenly matched with Lu Yin and had lost by a single move. Silas's expression became much more serious, but he didn't need to take action in this battle since Lu Xiaoqiu's target was Nate. Nate didn't avoid the battle. On the contrary, he was very excited. Lu Xiaoqiu was one of the 2 people who had inherited the 13 swords, and Nate wanted to experience the famous 13 swords. Be careful, Nate, Silas reminded him softly. Nate frowned. I've already contacted the captain. You're not suitable to participate in this tournament. Silas fell silent, as he was indeed unsuitable. After losing to Lu Yin, what was the point of participating in the tournament? But what about Nate? Could he win just because of Nate? Many students had gathered around Astral 3's spacious grounds, and they all looked excited. Night Queen Yanqing was there as well, but she didn't stop this battle. To the Day-Night clan, the Sword Sect was a competitor, and she was eager to see the Sword Sect become enemies with the entire Cosmic Sea. Nate stopped 100 meters away from Lu Xiaoqiu. You're the inheritor of the 13 swords? You're quite average. Lu Xiaoqiu calmly looked at Nate. You're the one who defeated Senior Yanhua? Nate nodded. That person has a backbone, but it's a pity that he was born in your sword sect. Lu Xiaoqiu's eyes flashed coldly. Make your move. Nate sneered and didn't hold back. Although he looked down on the disciples of the sword sect, he wasn't stupid. Lu Xiaoqiu's name was known throughout the Cosmic Sea, and he was a 10 Arbiters candidate. Although the only one who could truly be considered a 10 Arbiters candidate was Xianxia, since Lu Xiaoqiu had been recognized by the sword sect, he definitely had some outstanding aspects. Nate didn't dare to underestimate the 13 swords. He raised his hand and his star energy transformed into a bow. Thunder boomed as a terrifying aura swept across the spacious grounds. Many students felt their scalps go numb and they subconsciously retreated. Night Queen Yanqing's expression turned grave, as this arrow was very powerful. Lu Xiaoqiu pulled out his rusty iron sword and faced Nate's arrow head-on. He raised his sword and slashed down, causing Nate's hair to stand on end. He loosened his grip and the lightning arrow shot out. It collided with an invisible force less than 2 meters in front of Lu Xiaoqiu. Lightning sword chi swept out in all directions, forming a shockwave that exploded. Nate was too close, so he was forced back by the shockwave and a huge crater appeared in the ground. Nate stared at Lu Xiaoqiu in shock. Is this the first sword of the 13 swords? What a powerful attack. Suddenly, Nate felt a chill run down his spine. The sense of crisis that he had developed over the years in the cosmic sea made him look up and see an inconceivable scene. The entire area had been enveloped by sword chi. This was a domain. Lu Xiaoqiu's second sword appeared right after, and it pressed down. Countless strands of sword chi pierced through the void and swept out for 1,000 meters. Many students retreated again and again as they could sense the danger. Nate gritted his teeth, but he did not try to defend himself. Instead, he shot out another arrow. This time he did not even look at the arrow as if he had casually shot it. However, this arrow shocked Lu Xiaoqiu. This was the feeling of a domain, and Nate had also comprehended a domain. The ground exploded layer by layer as Nate forcefully endured the might of Lu Xiaoqiu's second sword. He could neither dodge nor block the attack as his domain allowed him to see what ordinary people could not. This was the desire of all archers, but it could not provide him with any form of protection. He could only choose to perish together with Lu Xiaoqiu. Lu Xiaoqiu's second sword swept through everything and turned everything into nothingness. Countless cracks appeared in the void and closed up, and it took a long time for the void to recover. In the distance, Silas's eyes widened. This was the 13 swords, and even he could not dodge it. Night Queen Yanqing's eyes narrowed. This sword was enough to defeat Nate, but she did not know how Lu Xiaoqiu was faring. She casually waved her hand and a strong wind swept past. Everyone saw Nate covered in blood and he was severely injured. Not too far away, Lu Xiaoqiu's right arm had only been grazed, but he was not injured. Many students were shocked. This was Lu Xiaoqiu, the genius of the sword sect and the inheritor of the 13 swords. He had used the first sword to defeat Kuang Wang and many other experts. If he had not met Lu Yin, he definitely would have been able to enter the top 4. Nate spat out a mouthful of blood and looked up at Lu Xiaoqiu with great difficulty. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. He had not underestimated the 13 swords, but he had still lost. The moment the second sword had been used, he had already lost. He did not have the strength to match the second sword. Silas walked over to Nate and helped him up. Nate was bitter. If our Arcadian arrow crew had a powerful battle technique like the 13 swords, would we still have to dodge? We'd be like stray dogs. Silas was helpless. Nate, we've both lost. One is Lu Yin and the other is Lu Xiaoqiu. This is the strength of the top 4 of the Astral Combat Academy. We've lost. There's nothing to say. Let's go. Nate endured his injuries and bid farewell to Night Queen Yanqing before leaving Astral 3. They wanted to return to the Cosmic Sea. Since they had lost, there was no need for them to participate in the top 4. Night Queen Yanqing urged them to stay, but the two still left. They were too ashamed to stay. You've improved again, Night Queen Yanqing said seriously as she looked at Lu Xiaoqiu. Lu Xiaoqiu glanced at her with disdain. Even the students in the distance could see his disdain, and this caused Night Queen Yanqing to become furious. Lu Xiaoqiu, what is the meaning of this? In the Day-Night clan, only Zhanlong Day-Night is worthy of being my opponent, Lu Xiaoqiu replied. Night Queen Yanqing clenched her fists as her 4-lined battle force surged. You're too arrogant. Lu Xiaoqiu turned around and looked at the many students of Astral 3. Help me tell Lu Yin that I, Lu Xiaoqiu, am waiting to battle him with the 4th sword. Many of the students were shocked. The 4th sword was unimaginable. During the Astral Combat Tournament, only Lu Yin had been able to force Lu Xiaoqiu to use the 2nd and 3rd swords. He had even used the 2nd sword to defeat that arrogant expert from the Cosmic Sea. Now he had actually comprehended the 4th sword. Chapter 316. When Night Queen Yanqing heard that Lu Xiaoqiu was going to use the 4th sword, she felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Her 4-lined battle force had retreated, so she didn't even have the confidence to withstand the 3rd sword, let alone the 4th sword. This was Lu Xiaoqiu's strength. After speaking, Lu Xiaoqiu left Astral 3. From start to finish, Night Queen Yanqing had not dared to make a move. Just as Lu Xiaoqiu had said, out of all the Limiters in the Day-Night clan, Only Zhanlong Day Night was worthy of being her opponent. Zhanlong Day Night. It was Zhanlong Day Night again. That person should have already died on the Shenwu continent, and his name should not have existed. Night Queen Yanqing was filled with resentment. She absolutely had to comprehend the day-night restoration technique. News of Lu Xiaoqiu defeating a powerhouse from the cosmic ocean in Astral 3 quickly spread, and it was accompanied by news that 2 powerhouses from the cosmic ocean had withdrawn from the tournament of the strongest. Lu Yin stared at his gadget in shock. These 2 from the cosmic sea were really unlucky. One had been dealt with by Lu Yin, while the other had been dealt with by Lu Xiaoqiu. They could only blame themselves for being too arrogant and acting all high and mighty all the way to the sword sect, which had ended up provoking a monster like Lu Xiaoqiu. However, Lu Xiaoqiu's improvement had been great as well, and the fact that he dared to mention the 4th sword meant that he had fully comprehended it. He would be facing the 4th sword in his next battle, and this made Lu Yin excited. He was also looking forward to seeing what the 4th sword would be like. When he saw Lu Xiaoqiu, Lu Yin was reminded of Li Zimo from the Shenwu continent. That person's talent in the way of the sword was no less than Lu Xiaoqiu's, and he was a true genius in the way of the sword. Lu Yin wondered what Li Zimo would do if he joined the sword sect. Ding! A notification popped up, and when Lu Yin looked at it he was shocked. The participants for the tournament of the strongest have been confirmed. The Human Domain's Astral Combat Academy's Starsabil Han Chong, Grand Ini Mavis, Lu Yin. The Astral Beast Domain's Tian Ho Embermain Hua Isho Fengjiu. The Technocracy's Yun Ben Domi and Yarpat. The Cosmic Sea's Lu Xiaoqiu and Zijun. Lu Yin looked at the notice with a strange expression. Lu Xiaoqiu was actually participating as a representative of the Cosmic Sea? The sword sect was truly shameless to think of such a thing. But who was this Zijun? Were you hiding, Lu Yin? Lulu shouted as she appeared. Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he saw Lulu, and he shot out a gust of wind. Lulu cautiously dodged it and turned around. Her lips curled up when she saw him. So you were hiding here? What, are you afraid of participating in the competition? She leapt up onto a tree and sat down less than 3 meters away from Lu Yin, swinging her snow-white legs in a carefree manner. Lu Yin laughed. You're teasing me right after completing a mission? Lulu giggled. I'm not teasing you. On the contrary, I'm here to give you some information. Information? Lu Yin was surprised. Lulu pointed at herself. Mavis. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. You want to tell me about Grand Ini? Lulu nodded. You're both from the Mavis family. You wouldn't betray her, would you? Lulu harumphed. That woman dared to show off in front of me, so of course I had to teach her a lesson. However, I didn't betray her, I just told her some things. Many people know about this, and only trash like you who has no background, no friends and no fortuitous encounters doesn't know. Lu Yin was speechless. He could admit that he had no background but no friends? What a joke. He had plenty of friends. Wait a minute. It seemed that he really did not have many. As for his fortuitous encounters, damn, there were many, but he could not talk about any of them. What a fierce girl. The Mavis family is a terrifying race, the monkey said. Fine. What do you want to tell me, little traitor? Lu Yin teased. Lulu rolled her eyes. Don't underestimate Grand Ini. Don't think that she'll be easy to deal with just because she has 4-line battle force. Let me tell you, that's because she hasn't worked hard enough and hasn't truly used her innate gift. Once she truly shows her might, none of you will be able to handle her. Innate gift? Lu Yin was curious. Lulu rolled her eyes. Don't expect me to tell you about the Mavis family's innate gift. That's impossible. All I can say is that once she truly uses her innate gift to increase her strength, there will be a huge change in the short term. Don't even think about the strength she had during the Astral Combat Tournament. It's completely useless. Of course, if she doesn't use her innate gift to increase her strength, then forget about it. Looking at Lulu, Lu Yin thought back to the trial on Earth. This girl had used her strength to subdue an explorer realm sea turtle. That was an explorer which was incomparably distant to them back then, but it had been subdued just like that. Lu Yin could not understand it, but he knew that it must have been because of the Mavis family's innate gift. But what kind of innate gift was that? It was so terrifying. I understand. I'll treat it seriously, Lu Yin said. Lulu raised her head and thought about it. Actually, it's good that her strength has increased. Based on how wretched those old fellows in the Astral Combat Academy are, They definitely won't let their own people fight each other. If you guys want to fight, it'll be at the end. You seem to be very certain that I'll be able to fight until the end. Lu Yin was puzzled. Lulu smiled. I'm not certain, but I hope so. After all, you're our leader and it won't look good for us if you lose. She then leaped down and left. Monkey, what's the Mavis family's innate gift? Lu Yin asked. Seventh bro, how would I know what their innate gift is? The monkey asked. You don't know? Lu Yin was suspicious. This damned monkey knew everything. The monkey was helpless. What I know comes from the records of powerhouses. Those powerhouses did not record the Mavis family's innate gift, so I naturally don't know. However, there's one thing that I'm certain of. The Mavis family is terrifying, so terrifying that it's definitely beyond your imagination. Nonsense. If they can control the universe's economy, then they must have an ancient powerhouse with a power level in the hundreds of thousands, Lu Yin said. The monkey solemnly replied, hundreds of thousands? Then you're underestimating the Mavis family. Although there are no records, there are definitely powerhouses with power levels in the millions, and there's definitely more than one. The Mavis family definitely has one. Lu Yin was shocked. What did a power level in the millions mean? That was not the same as hundreds of explorers. It was a qualitative change. Such a powerhouse could destroy a planet with a single breath, wipe out a fleet with a single glance, and become indestructible. Time slowly passed, and there was only one day left until the tournament of the strongest. On this day, many screens were set up on Xenu Star in the Great Yu Empire, allowing everyone to see what was going on. As the royal regent and the person with the highest authority in the Great Yu Empire, Lu Yin's competition was currently the most important event in the Great Yu Empire. Even the 13 imperial squadrons had set aside everything to fully support Lu Yin. The tournament of the strongest was not like the astral combat tournament, which limited the number of spectators. Not everyone could watch, but Lu Yin was a participant, so he could let the Great Yu Empire watch. Only people with a certain status were qualified to watch the tournament of the strongest. Earth was honored to be able to watch the tournament, and Lu Yin's records stated that he was from Earth. For this reason, the Ona family had specially sent someone to Earth to take care of the screens to curry favor with Lu Yin. The current Earth was completely different from before, and its technology was advancing with each passing day. After Lu Yin became the royal regent, Earth's status had changed greatly. Many of the Great Yu Empire's battle techniques and technology had been transferred to Earth, and even a space station had been built. Earth was currently selecting a group of people to receive the Great Yu Empire's most advanced education in order to increase Earth's strength. Many of the Seven Sages' subordinates had been selected to go to Xenu Star, including Snow Maiden Zhao Yu, Beijing's Huan Sha, Jinling's Feng Hong, Luo Yi, and Qin Xian. Unfortunately, Zhou Xian and Wu Xing were still worried about Earth and did not plan to leave. Among those selected, there were even a few who displayed innate gifts, which shocked the Great Yu Empire. Innate gifts were rare, and several had suddenly appeared on Earth. Even the captain of the 12th Imperial Squadron, Banjiu, was interested in Earth. On a rocky planet in the Frostwave Weave, Wendy Yushan's face was pale as she looked at her gadget. The tournament of the strongest was about to begin, and her injuries were almost fully healed. In East San Dios, many people were watching under a giant screen. Lu Yin had originally planned to come to East San Dios, but now he had returned to Astral 10 and was replaced by Mira. To Baser and the others, it didn't matter who it was. After all, the authority that Wendy Yushan had left behind could not be snatched away. On Firesmelt Planet, Jenny Anna was so excited that her face was red. She had just received news that Yen Feng might marry her soon. She had waited for this day for so long that she had even broken off all relations with her family. In the distance, flames burned on the ground. This was Firesmelt Planet. Jenny Anna was not used to it and felt uncomfortable. But when she thought about how she could be together with Yen Feng, she could endure this pain. Jenny Anna felt strange as she watched the giant screen rise. After asking around, she found out that the tournament of the strongest was about to begin after the Astral Combat Tournament. This tournament would not only include the top 4 from the Astral Combat Academy, but also other star domains. Jenny Anna thought of Lu Yin as she looked at the screen. She did not know why, but the joy of marrying Yen Feng suddenly faded away. She felt strangely hesitant, as if she was standing at the edge of a cliff. No matter which direction she walked, she would fall off. She suddenly remembered something and checked her cosmic ring, only to realize that she had lost the ring. Forget it, I'll just throw it away. That's good too, at least Yen Feng won't misunderstand. Jenny Anna had complicated thoughts as she stared at the screen. In the Innerverse, in the enormous sword sect, countless disciples were staring at the screen. Lu Xiaoqiu had challenged Lu Yin with the fourth sword to participate in the tournament of the strongest. At this moment, countless people in the sword sect were certain that Lu Xiaoqiu was the strongest. The 13 swords were unparalleled and Lu Yin would lose as well. In the depths of the Innerverse on the vast cosmic sea, the waves were strong enough to tear apart a spacecraft. A huge, ancient warship bobbed with the waves. There were many powerful auras hidden within the ship, each of which was enough to make space-exploring powerhouses tremble in fear. Above these hidden auras there was one that stood above them all. Although it was faint, it was incomparably domineering. It was as if the entire universe would bow down to this aura. Captain, this kid won't disappoint you. That's right, Captain. This kid has always been alone without anyone's help. It hasn't been easy. That's right, Captain. Take a good look. Boom. There was a loud sound as a ripple spread out from the warship and crushed the cosmic sea. The waves in an unknown radius instantly calmed down as they had been forcefully suppressed. What's his relationship with me? Why should I care about him? Why should I be disappointed? Shut up or I'll take care of you one by one. A loud voice reverberated throughout the sea, causing countless creatures to tremble in fear. Everyone in the cosmic sea was afraid of this voice. Captain is mighty. Don't get angry. It's just a joke. Don't mind it, Captain. Captain, do you want a drink? Shut up, you bunch of idiots. Chapter 317. That night, all of Astral 10's students gathered at the Trial Zone Mountain to cheer for Lu Yin. Lu Yin laughed and sat down on the Trial Zone Mountain. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the Life-Seek realm, where the Astral Combat Tournament had been held. It had been quite some time since the last tournament and this place felt strangely familiar. This was his first step towards becoming famous. All of the Astral Combat Academy's students had gathered outside, waiting for the next day's tournament of the strongest to begin. Lu Yin was not the first to arrive, but he was also not the last. Not too far away, Han Chong smiled and nodded at Lu Yin, to which Lu Yin responded. Lu Xiaoqiu had already appeared and his gaze turned cold when he saw Lu Yin. This was where he had been defeated and today he would wash away his humiliation. Even further away, a few rather strange existences attracted Lu Yin's attention. One of them was humanoid but half of its body was mechanical. It was a wolf-shaped machine similar to the people of the Ross Empire. There's also a book? Lu Yin was speechless but the last one seemed normal. It was a woman, although her face was also mechanical. Perhaps she had sensed Lu Yin's gaze, but she looked over with contempt. The disdain and contempt that came from her heart made Lu Yin very uncomfortable. What right did this woman have to look down on him? No, she was not looking down on him. She was looking down on everyone and everything. Lu Yin found it strange. Was this woman crazy? They're the participants from the technocracy, Han Chong introduced as he walked over to Lu Yin. Lu Yin was puzzled. That book is also a participant? Han Chong laughed. It's the technocracy and they have everything. If they want, they can even turn a brick into a participant. By the way, Brother Han, I heard that no one can sneak into the technocracy. Is that true? Lu Yin was curious. Han Chong nodded and answered seriously. Since ancient times, no one has been able to sneak in. You can only barge in by force. So you're saying that we don't know anything about the technocracy? Lu Yin frowned. You can't say that. Every once in a while, whether it's our human domain or the astral beast domain, some experts will try to force their way into the technocracy to test their strength. Otherwise, if they really end up creating a weapon capable of destroying the universe, it'll be a huge joke, said Han Chong. However, barging into the technocracy had a heavy price to pay. Wendy Yushan had paid a heavy price for barging into the Ross Empire, and she had gone missing to this day. Although Wendy Yushan could not compare to the powerhouses who had barged into the technocracy, the Ross Empire could not compare to the technocracy either. Over the countless years that had passed, the humans had definitely paid a heavy price. Compared to the technocracy, the astral beast domain seemed more normal. At the very least, humans had a rough understanding of their strength. As he thought about it, Lu Yin looked to the side and blinked. Is this normal? Perhaps at least they were living creatures. A rat, a flame sable, a guy in a black robe, and a beauty. Fengjiu. It's Fengjiu. Long time no see. Seventh bro, let me out. I want to talk to little sister Fengjiu about life. The monkey shouted. Lu Yin was speechless. Shut up. To the side, Han Chong's expression changed and Lu Yin hurriedly explained. Sorry brother Han, I wasn't talking to you. Please don't take offense. Han Chong smiled. I know brother Lu. This competition is very important, so take care. Lu Yin nodded and watched Han Chong leave. It's all your fault. You made me offend people for no reason. Seventh bro, that's little sister Fengjiu. If it was your little sister Ming Yan in front, what would you do? You're worse than me. Hurry up and let me out. I want to talk to little sister Fengjiu. The monkey shrieked. Lu Yin barked. If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll block you so that you won't even be able to see little sister Fengjiu. The monkey felt wronged. You can't bully me like this. Seventh bro, I've helped you a lot. Let me talk to little sister Fengjiu. No, shut up. If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll really block you, Lu Yin threatened. At that moment, the girl called Fengjiu saw Lu Yin, and her eyes flashed coldly as she walked over. Why is she here? Are you able to contact her? Lu Yin asked coldly as he stared at his right arm. If the monkey could really contact Fengjiu, then Lu Yin would definitely deal with this monkey. His secret could not be exposed. No, I promise seventh bro, absolutely not. If you don't let me out, I can't contact anyone. The monkey hurriedly clarified. Lu Yin frowned and looked at Fengjiu as she approached him. This woman's expression was strange. Was she here for revenge? Many students were attracted by this scene and looked overexcitedly. Were they going to fight before the competition even started? Han Chong and the rest looked over in surprise as well. Did Lu Yin know someone from the astral beast domain? You're Lu Yin? Fengjiu asked coldly. Lu Yin nodded. That's me. You've been to the war front? Fengjiu asked coldly. Lu Yin frowned. That's none of your business. Did you kill the monkey? Fengjiu asked coldly, her tone filled with killing intent. Lu Yin raised a brow and looked at his right arm strangely. What did she mean? Was she really here for revenge? Did this woman like monkeys as well? Was it unrequited love? Fengjiu, my little sister. I'm here. The monkey shrieked, causing Lu Yin's right arm to burn. Lu Yin gritted his teeth in anger. Why aren't you answering me? Did you kill the monkey? Fengjiu asked again. Lu Yin looked up. No comment. Fengjiu sneered. You killed him, but you don't dare to admit it. That's how you humans are. Hypocritical and cowardly. That's right, humans are hypocrites. Sister, I'm here. The monkey shrieked again. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. One of them was spouting nonsense in front of him, while the other was shrieking in his head. This made him more and more annoyed. Avenge him if you can. You have to be prepared to die on the battlefield. Lu Yin turned around and walked away. He didn't even want to deal with this crazy couple. Fengjiu blocked Lu Yin's path once again and gritted her teeth. Tell me what he said before he died. The monkey is a coward who's afraid of death, and he would definitely think of a way to save his own life, but you still killed him. You're too cruel. Coward and afraid of death? What a joke. I'm synonymous with courage. The monkey shrieked. Lu Yin was speechless and immediately left the life-seek realm. Fengjiu clenched her fists. I'll kill you, Lu Yin. Outside Astral 10's Trial Zone Mountain, Lu Yin heard the monkey making a ruckus as soon as he appeared. Seventh bro, let me go. I want to see Sister Fengjiu. Let me go. I want to go in. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. She clearly doesn't like you. It's just that something happened between the two of you and she doesn't want you to die. The monkey was furious. She likes me. The entire Celestial Ice Phoenix clan is my harem. This was set by ancestor Wuxiang. Lu Yin frowned. Don't be unreasonable. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll block you and make sure you never see your sister Fengjiu again. The monkey wailed, but he didn't dare to say anything else. It wasn't a good sign to have an enemy before the tournament had even begun. Why are you back? Are you scared? Lulu had yet to enter the life-seek realm when she saw Lu Yin. Nearby, Coco clenched her fists. Brother Lu, don't be scared. If you get hurt, I'll give you an injection. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. No need, Coco. By the way, how are your seniors, Xingjian Kaname? Coco smiled. They're doing well. They're very happy to know that you're fine. Good. Lu Yin smiled. The two of them had been at the pirate port just like him, and they had been able to survive the bombardment of warships. Of course, there was also the possibility that they had been spared because of their background, just like Zhou Day Knight. Why aren't you going in? Lulu was curious. Lu Yin shrugged. It's too noisy. I'll wait for the tournament to start before going in. He then asked, Coco, where's Zora? Aren't you guys in a group? She went back to Windrift Hall for training. Lu Yin was puzzled. Training? What kind of training? Windrift Hall's combat training, of course. There are 2 people in each group, with one focused on healing and the other on fighting. Windrift Hall's combat style is very special and powerful, Lulu explained. When he thought about Zora's meridian-severing finger, Lu Yin agreed. It was indeed very special. This meant that there would be some changes when Zora returned. He took a deep breath. These great powers were great. They had prepared everything for their successors. Not long after Lulu and Coco entered the Life-Seek realm, the rest of Astral 10 had already entered, leaving Lu Yin alone on the Trial Zone mountain. He leaned against the mountain wall and closed his eyes to rest, waiting for the tournament of the strongest to begin. The clamor reached the heavens. This was the final stage of the Astral Combat Tournament, and it had been filled with Astral Combat Academy students. Occasionally, a war spirit would be instantly killed. 4 light screens rose up and sealed off a large area, including the peak. The spectating students were also isolated from the outside world. During the Astral Combat Tournament, some of the battles had caused the deaths of spectating students. This time, the Astral Combat Academy mentors had made preparations in advance. Any of the following battles would be considered a battle of the strongest. The 4 contestants stood around the light screens. The Astral Combat Academy was in the east, the Astral Beast Domain was in the south, the Technocracy was in the west, and the Cosmic Sea was in the north. The area isolated by the light screens was very large. Lu Yin stood in the east, and if he did not use his star energy, he would not be able to see the other contestants from the Technocracy. There was a loud boom in the sky as 14 bamboo sticks circled in the air. They were split into 2 different colors and they were dazzling. The colors were not fixed and constantly changed. Contestants, please draw your own sticks. A loud voice boomed out, causing the entire area to dim. This was the voice of an absolute powerhouse. Many of the students felt their hearts tremble as they felt a sense of oppression. In the west, the Technocracy's contestant Yun frowned, and a trace of contempt flashed through her eyes. She did not seem to care about the absolute powerhouse who had spoken. As the voice sounded out, all of the contestants used their star energy to form arms and grabbed at the sky. They did not try to snatch the sticks but rather casually picked them up. Everyone was very confident in themselves. There were 7 different colors and 14 contestants. The first battle was between the Astral Combat Academy's Grandine Mavis and the Technocracy's Domi. Lu Yin had not expected Grandine to be the first to go up. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. The Mavis family's terrifying innate gifts meant that they were not ordinary. This battle would allow him to see Grandine's current strength. She was definitely different from the Astral Combat Tournament. Below the peak, Grandine Mavis and Domi faced each other. Everyone held their breaths as they watched. The Technocracy was very mysterious to humans. Aside from the soldiers at the border warfront, no one else knew anything about them. Chapter 318. Why can machines be brought to the Life-Seek realm? Aren't they external objects? Lu Yin asked curiously. To the side, Starsabil answered. The trial zones recognize objects that are part of a cultivator's body. For example, the tamed beasts of the Beast Tamer's flow zone. The Technocracy has already completely integrated machines into the body. Lu Yin was shocked. To be able to perfectly integrate machines with the body was truly a terrifying technique. The Ross Empire was considered one of the top technological empires, but they could not achieve such a feat otherwise. The trial zones would have had at least one expert from the Ross Empire. Bang! A huge shockwave rumbled as if the heavens and earth had collided. The ground split in half and a powerful shockwave swept through the clouds. Huge spatial cracks spread out from the point of impact, spreading out in all directions. Many students were scared witless, but fortunately they were stopped by the barriers. Dust filled the sky as many tiny spatial cracks flickered. Grandini, Mavis and Domi appeared before everyone, their fists clashing against each other. With another loud bang they both retreated. Grandini's right fist trembled as blood dripped onto the ground. She had been injured. On the other hand, Domi did not seem to have changed at all. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he stared at Domi's right fist. What a tough metal. It did not even budge. The next second, two strange beams of light shot out from Domi's eyes and swept towards Grandini. She hurriedly dodged, but the ground had been pierced through. The beams of light were not too strong, but Grandini did not dare to touch them. At that moment, Domi raised both of his palms and another two beams of light shot out. A total of 4 beams swept through the ground as they chased after Grandini. Many students from the Astral Combat Academy gritted their teeth. Anyone could see that Grandini was at a disadvantage. The Mavis family's strongest points were their physical bodies and monstrous strength, but these were useless against Domi. His tough metal was not something that Grandini could break through. Those beams of light don't seem like much on the surface, but their penetrative power is extremely strong. They don't cause any damage to space either. It's an attack method that limiters from the technocracy are used to. Even now, no one has been able to break through it. They can only evade or block it with their own abilities, Han Chong said with a serious expression. Luin looked at Domi. With the support of his domain, he was well aware of just how terrifying that light beam was. Compared to what Han Chong had said, Domi's light beam was definitely much more terrifying than what the other limiters in the technocracy could use. Otherwise, Grandini would not have been forced into such a miserable state. Perhaps it was because she had been forced into a corner, but Grandini's battle force finally erupted. 4-lined battle force enveloped her body and she bent her right fist. Her feet tapped against the ground as she instantly appeared in front of Domi and punched out. Domi did not dodge and he countered with a punch just like before. To him it did not matter if it was a contest of physical strength. Bang bang bang. 13 consecutive explosions rang out as Grandini used her 4-line battle force and 13 stacks to send Domino crashing into the ground. During the Astral Combat Tournament she had used her 3-line battle force to defeat Lu Yin, but Dao Bo had immediately admitted defeat after she unleashed her 4-line battle force. Because of this, the students of the Astral Combat Academy did not know just how terrifying Grandini was when she unleashed her full power. But now they had all witnessed it for themselves. The ground was completely shattered and the terrifying spatial cracks were unable to withstand the force. They were like ripples on the surface of a lake, and in the end they were torn apart like raindrops. The area of impact grew larger and larger until it even caused the mentor's screens to vibrate, scaring many of the students into retreating. A figure leapt out from the dust cloud and landed on the ground. It was Grandini. She panted as she stared at the dust cloud with a grave expression. She looked at her fist and saw that she had indeed struck, but she did not know what the outcome would be. Everyone stared at the dust cloud. Lu Yin looked at the people from the technocracy across from him. Their expressions did not change, but the woman called Yun still had a trace of contempt in her eyes. A soft sound came from underground as a figure slowly walked out. With a wave of his hand he dispersed the dust cloud. Domi appeared before everyone's eyes once more, causing them to gasp. His body had not changed at all. He had taken Grandini's full power attack head-on with her 4-lined battle force, yet he had not been injured at all. This completely overturned the students' worldview. This was 4-line battle force. During the Astral Combat Tournament, aside from Lu Yin who had used 5-line battle force against Night Queen Yanqing, who had used her Night King's body to boost her 4-line battle force, the others had also used 4-line battle force. In the previous Astral Combat Tournaments, 4-line battle force was considered the strongest, but it was completely useless against the technocracy. At this moment, even the people from the Astral Beast domain were shocked. What a powerful defense. It's too abnormal. Hua Yisha was shocked. Feng Jie was solemn. The technocracy is too mysterious. In the north, Lu Xiaoqiu narrowed his eyes and glanced at the people from the technocracy in the west. He had not paid much attention to the technocracy before, but now his thoughts had completely changed. as expected of a powerful astral domain that had withstood the humans for countless years. In the periphery amongst the many students, Lulu's face sank. The Mavis family had been provoked. Chao Ji and the others also stared at Domi. If they were in his shoes, they would have no chance of winning. This was the tournament of the strongest. In the arena, Grandini was the most shocked. She looked at Domi with unwillingness and clenched her fists again, but it was useless. Domi's expression did not change and he raised his hand again. Four beams of light swept through the battlefield and shot towards Grandini like a cat chasing after a mouse. Grandini exhaled deeply as she faced the 4 beams of light. She raised her hand and waved it, causing the 4 beams of light to scatter. Dark golden stripes appeared on her arm. This was the symbol of 5-lined battle force. At the same time, a dark golden light shot up into the sky. Grandini had exploded. Domi's eyes flickered, and this was the first time he had changed. The people from the technocracy were similarly shocked. They had not expected this human to be hiding her strength as well. He did not believe that 5-line battle force could be used to dominate the tournament of the strongest. Even though 5-line battle force was very powerful, if he could control it, others could as well. During the astral combat tournament, he had erupted with 5-line battle force, and everyone had called him a 10 arbiters candidate. However, he had later realized that this was just a compliment and not the truth. Back then, there had been 10 arbiters who had grasped 5-line battle force in the Astral Combat Academy, but that did not mean that one was one of the 10 arbiters. The Rainmaster's words had made him realize that the divine fist of the 10 arbiters was a freak who could unleash 30 stacks. That kind of strength was something that even those with 5-line battle force could not compare to. That was the true power of the 10 arbiters back then. However, no one had displayed that kind of power yet. Grandini's 5-line battle force was only on the verge of reaching that level, but even so, it was enough to shock countless people. With a whoosh, Grandini charged towards Domi again. However, this time Domi did not wait in place. His eyes flickered with a red light as he easily dodged Grandini's attack. His entire body was like a willow in the wind, and no matter how Grandini attacked, she could not touch him. Domi was not fast, but he was still able to narrowly avoid Grandini's attacks. Others might have been surprised, but Lu Yin, Han Chong and the others thought differently. This was a perception that was similar to a domain. Domi had not only dodged Grandini's fists, but he had also dodged the wind from her fists and the trajectory of her attacks. This was a complete replica of a domain. He has his own perception system that enhances his 5 senses. This ability is similar to a domain, Starsabil slowly explained. Lu Yin was shocked. This Domi had surprised him several times. This was the technocracy's ability. A border war had invaded the Endless Weaves, forcing the humans to hold a public tournament to boost their morale. The technocracy was terrifyingly strong. Domi could indeed dodge Grandini's attacks, but when Grandini recklessly expanded the range of her attacks, he could no longer dodge. There was a violent explosion as Grandini furiously used her 5-lined battle force and 13 stacks to destroy the entire arena. The light screens in all 4 directions distorted, and the powerful shockwaves were isolated by the screens. The shockwaves formed a square that shot into the sky. Countless spatial cracks extended downwards as if a giant beast was descending. Many of the students were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Wu Wu trembled as he gulped. This violent woman. This attack shattered the ground and the boundless energy distorted the sky. This time no one believed that Domi would come out unscathed. If he came out unscathed, then Grandini would lose. Everyone stared at the arena. The ground had already disappeared, leaving behind only a giant crater. Domi lay in the middle of the crater, half of his body flickering with lightning. He could not move as 5-line battle force had exceeded his limits. First match, Grandini Mavis. Victory. Many of the students cheered as they had finally won. The technocracy's abnormal defenses were unfathomable, but fortunately they were nothing in front of 5-line battle force. It looks like the robot's limits are 5-line battle force. We still have Lu Yin on our side and he grasped 5-line battle force even before Grandini did. He'll definitely be able to win another match. The humans will definitely win, the spectating students discussed. Wu Wu's ears perked up as he listened attentively. This was all news material. I don't think so. Look, those monsters from the technocracy are clearly following that woman's lead. She's been acting like she's the boss ever since she entered, and she hasn't changed at all. It's hard to say. Hey, you've noticed it too? That woman's eyes are about to reach the sky. She deserves a beating. I've noticed it too. She's really arrogant, even more so than Kuang Wang. In the distance, Kuang Wang's face darkened. In the crowd, Lulu sighed in relief. Fortunately, that damned woman had not let her down. She had not lost face for Mavis. At that moment, the screen that had isolated the arena suddenly moved back. Everyone was pushed aside and the arena expanded. Soon the arena was restored. The second match began. On one side was Han Chong and on the other side was another participant from the technocracy. It was that arrogant woman, Yin. When he saw Han Chong enter the arena, Lu Yin's eyes trembled. Back in the Shenwu continent's tower of resonating light, he had seen Han Chong's strength for the first time. That obscure and unparalleled pressure had shocked him. Of course, it was not that Han Chong had definitely surpassed him at that time. It was just that their strength was different, but this strength could not be underestimated. Many students were disappointed when they saw Yun enter the arena. The technocracy's battle style was the same, and they relied on their powerful defenses to forcefully resist. Many people felt that it was pointless. Of course, there were also some who cheered for Han Chong, hoping to teach Yun a lesson. After all, Yun's eyes were too arrogant, and she was practically mocking the entire arena. Chapter 319. That woman's eyes are asking for a beating, the monkey commented. Lu Yin laughed as everyone else felt the same way. Had this woman's eyes been messed with? Her disdain was too obvious and she really deserved a beating. How are you feeling? Lu Yin asked Grandini. Grandini looked at her snow-white fists. Those androids are too hard. I can't hit them. Lu Yin was speechless. Even if she couldn't hit them, she had still managed to cripple them. At that moment, the battle began. Han Chong stretched out a hand and used his star energy to draw a picture of mountains and rivers. Boundless peaks pressed down on Yun. Yun looked up and the disdain in her eyes grew even more obvious. Just when everyone thought that she would take Han Chong's attack head-on, she raised a hand and waved it. Then Han Chong's picture of mountains and rivers dissipated. The entire arena fell silent as everyone, including Lu Yin, stared blankly at this scene. What was this? This was a lock-breaking technique, and it was no ordinary lock-breaking technique. Lu Yin took a few steps forward and subconsciously activated his serious art to stare at Yun. This woman's lock-breaking technique surpassed his own, and she was too fast and too practiced. It was as if Han Chong's picture of mountains and rivers had been torn apart as easily as a few threads. Starsibyl's expression changed and she stared at Yun with disbelief. She could not sense any aura from this woman that could be used for divination. It felt as if she had transcended. Han Chong stared at Yun in shock. Above her head, the star energy in the picture of mountains and rivers gradually melted away before dissipating. Is that all you've got? Yun asked disdainfully, the contempt in her eyes obvious. You're a lock breaker? Han Chong was shocked. Yun sneered. You can say that. I'll give you one more chance. If you don't have what it takes, then scram. Outside the arena, many students were enraged, and even those from the astral beast domain could not bear to watch. Yun was too arrogant, and her arrogance targeted everyone, not just Han Chong. Not only was she arrogant, but there was also an indescribably strange feeling. Han Chong frowned as this battle had exceeded his expectations. The woman in front of him was unfathomable and he no longer held back. He raised his hand and drew again, but this time his speed was a bit slower. With every stroke, an indescribable pressure engulfed the entire arena, and the world seemed to darken. Outside the arena, Lu Yin's eyes trembled. This was the exact same feeling that he had felt back in the Tower of Resonating Light. Han Chong had concealed an extremely deep sense of oppression, and this painting was enough to make him feel an intense sense of danger. Starsibyl raised her head and stared at Han Chong's hand. Outside, a strange look flashed across Xiaoye's eyes. During the astral combat tournament, he had been crushed by this painting. In the arena across from Han Chong, Yun watched as Han Chong painted. The arrogance in her eyes disappeared and was replaced by shock. Then a towering killing intent appeared in front of Han Chong in an instant. Yun raised a hand and pressed down with a single palm. Han Chang's eyes widened and he flicked a finger. Ever since he had been able to paint this landscape painting, no one at the same level as him had been able to surpass him. Even Xia Yi, who had 4-line battle force, had been suppressed. Yun's palm pressed down on the landscape painting, and for some reason, the heavens and earth shook as a strange wave of energy swept through the entire Life-Seek realm. It was very subtle and no one noticed it except for Han Chong and Yun. Even Lu Yin, who had both Sirius and his domain, was unable to detect it. The wave of energy only lasted for an instant, and in the next moment, Yun's palm tore through the landscape painting and pressed down on Han Chong's chest. Han Chong was defeated in an unbelievable manner and he disappeared from the Life-Seek realm. This battle had been very short, but it had overturned everyone's expectations. Yun, a girl from the technocracy, had easily defeated Han Chong and even revealed an extremely high level of lock-breaking. No one had expected this battle to end in such a way. It was just too strange. Yun retracted her hand and the killing intent in her eyes faded away. Instead, it was replaced by an unconcealable contempt and disdain. Trash. She then left the arena. Second match, Yun victory. Many of the surrounding students had ugly expressions. In the crowd, Xia Yi was shocked. He had not believed that Han Chong would lose. That landscape painting was invincible, but it had been defeated just like that. But Lu Yin was shocked as well. Han Chong's landscape painting had given him an intense sense of danger, and it was definitely not fake. However, it had been torn apart as if it had met its natural enemy. What kind of technique did Yun have? Watching Yun's battle was like watching Starsabil's, and it left everyone confused. The battle had been very short and it had not caused any damage to the arena. Soon, the next battle was about to begin and Hua Yishou appeared in the arena. Facing Hua Yishou was Lu Xiaoqiu. When he saw Lu Xiaoqiu, Hua Yishou felt his hair stand on end. He really did not want to face Lu Xiaoqiu as he did not have any confidence in himself. Many astral beasts had been killed by the 13 swords, and this person in front of him was also known as a freak. A few days ago he had defeated an arrogant powerhouse from the cosmic sea, and now he was challenging the human Lu Yin with the 4th sword. Lu Xiaoqiu did not care who his opponent was, but when he looked at the palm-sized rat he could not help but frown. This rat was not even as big as his sword. Among the spectating students, one of them had a gloomy expression. He looked at Hua Yishou with eyes full of grief and killing intent. He was Heart Phoenix. To the Phoenix family, the Hua Yishou tribe was the enemy that they wanted to kill the most in the astral beast domain. This tribe had devoured many of the Phoenix family's disciples, and they were a great enemy of the Phoenix family. Unfortunately, the Hua Yishou tribe did not pay much attention to the Phoenix family. It was not that they looked down on them but that they had too many enemies and they could not tell who was who. Tian, is Hua Yishou a match for that human? Feng Jiu asked, looking at the black-robed Tian. Tian answered, he can block 3 swords at most. Feng Jiu was helpless. If he loses in the first round, the human will be proud. That's how hypocritical humans are. There is no such thing as absolute fairness in the tournament. Humans will almost never face each other in the first round, Tian said. Feng Jiu was shocked. Are you saying that someone tampered with the draw at the beginning? Tian did not answer, but his meaning was clear. Feng Jiu gritted her teeth and glared at the distant Lu Yin. Despicable human. 7th bro, look. Little sister Feng Jiu is thinking of me. She's looking over. The monkey shouted excitedly. Lu Yin was speechless. She doesn't know that you're on my arm. She's not looking at you. Who's that? The monkey was furious, but then he suddenly reacted. 7th bro, you're not trying to steal my sister, are you? Lu Yin sighed. He really should have blocked this bastard. Nearby, Starsabil looked at Lu Yin with a strange expression. What's wrong? Are you sighing because of Han Chong's defeat? Lu Yin was taken aback, but then he nodded. Yes, brother Han's defeat was too strange. Starsabil looked at Yun. It's not strange. That woman is not simple. Why is that? Lu Yin was curious. Starsabil's eyes lit up. Because I can't divine her location. Lu Yin's lips twitched. He had never believed in divination. It was just a pretense. At that moment the battle began. Hua Yishou took the initiative to attack. His palm-sized body instantly disappeared as he pierced through the void and bit at Lu Xiaoqiu. He had done his best and attacked as fast as he could, not wanting to give Lu Xiaoqiu a chance to draw his sword. Unfortunately, speed was not invincible to the 13 swords. The second sword specifically countered speed, and Lu Xiaoqiu also had a domain. No matter how fast Hua Yishou was, he could not avoid Lu Xiaoqiu's perception. Lu Xiaoqiu retreated a few steps and avoided Hua Yishou's attack. He raised his sword and slashed down. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and Hua Yishou shrieked as he was swept away by the formless sword qi. He crashed into the mountain peak and broke through it before crashing into the light screen that separated the stage. Everyone stared at Hua Yishou. Was it over? That was the first sword of the 13 swords, and it was a sword technique that could defeat a student leader like Kuang Wang. At this moment, Kuang Wang was the one who wanted Hua Yishou to lose the most. He had lost to the first sword, and if Hua Yishou could block it, then that would mean that Kuang Wang was even weaker than a rat. Thus, Kuang Wang stuck his head out and stared at Hua Yishou, hoping that he would lose. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Hua Yishou twitched twice before leaping up and disappearing into the void. At the same time, Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze turned cold as he slashed out with his sword. With a bang, the void distorted as a huge spatial crack appeared, splitting the stage into two. Hua Yishou was sent flying by Lu Xiaoqiu's sword, and he tumbled twice before landing on the ground. His small green eyes stared at Lu Xiaoqiu in fear. This was too frightening. 2 consecutive swords had reached the limit of what Hua Yishou could withstand, and that was only the first sword. If this person had used the second or third sword, Hua Yishou would not have known how to block it. Lu Yin stared at Lu Xiaoqiu in amazement. Since he had broken through to the Limiter realm, Lu Xiaoqiu had naturally broken through as well. The first sword was much stronger than it had been during the astral combat tournament. If Lu Xiaoqiu had been as strong as he was now, then Lu Yin might not have been able to block the second sword. The first sword had been enough to force Lu Yin to use his 5-line battle force. Just as Hua Yishou was thinking about how to deal with Lu Xiaoqiu, all the hairs on his body stood on end as an endless sense of danger descended upon him. He looked up, and his pupils shrank as he saw boundless sword qi pierce through the void and cover the entire ground. Just like how Grandine Mavis had dealt with Domi, Lu Xiaoqiu's second sword covered the ground and attacked from all directions. Speed was meaningless against the second sword. Third match, Lu Xiaoqiu wins. There were no surprises in this battle, as even the Astral Beast Domain's participants did not think that Hua Yishou could block Lu Xiaoqiu. Just as Tian Ho had said, Lu Xiaoqiu would only be able to block 3 swords at most. During the match, Lu Xiaoqiu glanced at Lu Yin and opened his mouth to say something. Although he couldn't hear it due to the distance, Lu Yin was still able to sense it through his domain. Don't disappoint me. These 5 words reflected Lu Xiaoqiu's current confidence in his own strength, and it also ignited Lu Yin's fighting spirit. It just so happened that he was up next. His opponent was Feng Jiu. Lu Yin did not know if it was a coincidence or not, but the two had already had a conflict before the tournament, and now it was their turn to fight. Everyone held their breaths as they watched the arena. Lu Yin stood in the middle of the arena and looked at Feng Jiu across from him. His head hurt and the monkey kept crying out, "Seventh bro, have mercy. Have mercy. That's your future sister-in-law." Across from him, Feng Jiu was excited. She had not expected to be able to avenge the monkey so quickly. In reality, she was not interested in the monkey, but he had helped her a lot in the past, so they could be considered friends. It was only right for her to take revenge, and that monkey knew many secrets. Chapter 320. Seventh bro, I'm begging you. Have mercy. The monkey was still crying out. Lu Yin, as long as you tell me what the monkey said before he died, I'll let you lose with dignity, Feng Jiu said as she stared at Lu Yin. Seventh bro, please let Sister Feng Jiu lose with dignity, the monkey shouted. Lu Yin was furious. Shut up. If you keep talking, I'll kill you. For a moment, Lu Yin's ears fell silent. On the other side, Feng Jiu's fury completely exploded. She thought that Lu Yin had said, "You're looking for death." Her long blue hair danced in the wind as the sky turned white. An extreme chill whizzed through the air and pressed down from the sky. It was as if a giant block of ice had crashed down, freezing everything in the world. All of the students were shocked and their limbs stiffened. The extreme cold made it impossible for them to speak. Even the mentor's screens that isolated the battlefield started to sparkle. From a distance, the battlefield looked like a giant square block of ice. As the wind blew, an endless chill swept through the life-seek realm. Lu Yin had not expected Fengjie to erupt so thoroughly, and he was caught off guard by the cold. Even the ice on his body started to form. On the other side, Fengjie's gaze was cold as she raised a finger. "This is the lesson you deserve." Then a blue light swept out from her fingertip and froze the void. It descended upon Lu Yin and instantly pierced through him before disappearing into the void. At this moment, even the cracks in the void were frozen into white crystals. No one had expected this battle to erupt so quickly or so terrifyingly. This chill was even more terrifying than the baleful aura from the astral combat tournament. What about Lu Yin? Was he dead? To the east, Starsabil was solemn. What a powerful chill. As expected of the celestial ice phoenixes, even she had to treat this chill seriously. To the west, Yun from the technocracy had a look of admiration in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by disdain. Among the many spectating students, Big Pao, Little Pao, Michelle, and the others all had ugly expressions. The chill was too strong. Kuang Wang, Lu Xiaoyun, and the other student leaders also had solemn expressions. Even they had a hard time dispelling this chill. This was the strength of the Astral Beast Domain's Academy head. To the south, Tianho's eyes, which were hidden beneath his black robes, stared at the frozen Lu Yin with a solemn expression. This person was unharmed. Fengjie was second only to him among the contestants from the Astral Beast Galaxy. Tianho had originally thought that this round was in the bag, but looking at Lu Yin, he had a bad premonition that this person wasn't ordinary. On the Great Yu Empire's Xenu star, everyone was dumbfounded. Had the royal regent lost? Countless people stared at the field at the same time. Everyone was staring at Lu Yin, including Fengjie. Seventh bro, don't be angry. Have mercy, please don't be angry. The monkey's voice was still ringing in Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin's gaze turned icy, and he drew out star energy from his right arm to block the monkey. He was angry. The shielding monkey needed to isolate star energy, which meant that he couldn't use his right arm. Kacha, the solid ice shattered and Fengjie's gaze turned cold. Lu Yin hadn't died. Her ice was enough to freeze everything, and even Embermane's flames were afraid of it. Of all the contestants, aside from Tianho and Starsabil, there shouldn't be anyone who could easily dissolve her ice. There was a loud bang and the ice covering Lu Yin's body completely shattered. There were a few thicker layers of ice on his body, which had been caused by Fengjie's strands of cold energy. It seemed as if they had pierced through his body, but they had merely brushed past him. His body was completely unharmed. Lu Yin looked up at Fengjie and his body suddenly vanished. At the same time, Fengjie's eyes flashed with blue light, and with her body as the center, an extreme frost swept out in all directions and froze the void. Her attack was omnidirectional, and no matter how fast Lu Yin was, even if he was hidden in the void, he would still be frozen. Suddenly, a palm appeared in front of Fengjie and approached her. Lu Yin walked out of the void, his five-lined battle force glowing with a dark gold light. He shattered the frost with a single palm and arrived right in front of Fengjie. Fengjie hadn't expected Lu Yin to be able to tear through her frost so easily. She retreated without hesitation and let out a cry as her body transformed into a beautiful blue ice phoenix. She flapped her wings, causing an even more terrifying frost to descend. This frost was even colder than before, and it felt as if one would be frozen just by looking at it. This was the extreme frost released by the celestial ice phoenix's true body. She didn't need a domain because her innate gift of frost was enough to freeze everything. When the celestial ice phoenix's true body descended, Embermane and Hua Yisho from the astral beast domain believed that the battle was over. Only a few contestants could withstand this frost, and Lu Yin was definitely not one of them. The cold air surprised Lu Yin as it was very troublesome to deal with. If he had been at the same power level as during the astral combat tournament, then it would have been very difficult for him to defeat Fengjie. But now he had yet to reach the limit of what he could endure. The palm that tore through the frost was not frozen, and it firmly slammed into Fengjie's enormous body. Fengjie cried out in pain as her enormous body was sent flying. She spat out a mouthful of blood in midair before turning into a block of ice and crashing to the ground. Lu Yin walked out of the void and waved a hand, causing the cold air to transform into a whirlwind that swept into the sky. It then turned into rain and snow that gradually dissipated. To the south, Embermane was shocked. Impossible. Feng Jiu's frost didn't affect him at all? Tianho's eyes were fixed on Lu Yin. This human is very strong. Countless people were shocked. Everyone could see how terrifying Feng Jiu's frost was, but it had not affected Lu Yin at all. Lu Yin's display of strength shocked even Yun from the technocracy. Of course she was only slightly surprised. Lu Yin was still an ant. There was a loud boom as Feng Jiu's body crashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. A layer of ice spread across her body, freezing everything within a radius of 10,000 meters. Lu Yin did not chase after her and he simply looked at Feng Jiu. The celestial ice phoenix's wings were stained with blood as she pathetically collapsed to the ground. After a while she finally got up and looked at Lu Yin with her blue eyes. She was deeply shocked. "Human, why aren't you frozen?" Lu Yin's tone was cold. "If that's all you have, then this battle is over." Feng Jiu struggled to get up. Lu Yin's overlaying stacks had shattered many of her internal organs, but this battle was not over yet. The celestial ice phoenix still had an innate gift. Tricolored light. Feng Jiu's antlers flashed as they swept towards Lu Yin. This was the celestial ice phoenix's powerful tricolored light. They had both Ultimate Zero, which could freeze everything, and Tricolored Light, which could dissolve everything. These two innate gifts were what allowed the celestial ice phoenix to be ranked 7th on the celestial beast rankings. Lu Yin had heard the monkey mention Tricolored Light before, and when he saw the light sweep towards him, he shifted his body to the side and casually brushed past it. He was shocked to see that this light really could dissolve battle force, but he could not see how it worked even through his domain. Only by combining the serious art and the giant emperor's third eye would he be able to see how it worked. Feng Jiu seemed to have gone crazy. She froze the ground and sky while using her tricolored light to sweep towards Lu Yin. Countless people were shocked by this scene as this ice phoenix was too powerful. Her tricolored light could dissolve everything, but it did not dissolve her own ice. The combination of the two was flawless. Lu Yin continuously dodged and tried several times, but he still could not understand the principles behind the tricolored light. When he thought about it, he could not help but laugh. This was someone else's innate gift and he was just a limiter. If he wanted to understand this innate gift, then he was thinking too much. He then looked at Feng Jiu. It was time for this battle to end. Lu Yin stopped in midair and suddenly charged towards Feng Jiu. Feng Jiu's eyes were cold as the tricolored light swept out from her antlers. At the same time, a chill shot up into the sky and pressed down on Lu Yin. She wanted to use her tricolored light to dissolve Lu Yin's 5-line battle force and then use the chill to freeze him. Lu Yin snorted, and the tricolored light instantly enveloped him as his 5-line battle force quickly dissipated. Feng Jiu was excited as this was the way to go. Without his 5-line battle force, she was confident that her body's extreme chill would be enough to freeze this person. Unfortunately, Feng Jiu had forgotten that there was a gap between the tricolored light dissipating and the chill freezing. Although this gap was only 2 seconds, it was more than enough for Lu Yin. So what if he did not have 5-line battle force? He had not even used his 5-line battle force to dissolve the chill that Feng Jiu had released when she was in human form. Lu Yin passed through the tricolored light and appeared in front of Feng Jiu. Under her astonished gaze, he struck out with a palm. 9 stacks, 17-fold shockwave palm. Boom. The ground cracked open and formed a deep pit. Feng Jiu's body was heavily pressed into the ground as a huge void crack extended from her back. It was as if thunder had been suppressed and scattered in all directions. The ground exploded and even the ice that had been about to freeze Lu Yin shattered. However, Feng Jiu's body disappeared in an instant. She had not been able to withstand Lu Yin's attack. The crowd watched this scene in shock. Lu Yin's 5-line battle force had been dissolved, but he had still been able to instantly kill Feng Jiu. Just how strong was his physical body? 4th match, Lu Yin victory. In the distance, Night Queen Yanqing clenched her fists. It was this attack that had completely buried her glory during the Astral Combat Tournament. At that time he had only used 5-line battle force, but now he could use it with his physical body alone. He had even defeated Fengjiu, which meant that he had become even stronger. At this moment someone realized something. Did you guys notice? Lu Yin hasn't used his right hand at all. Everyone was horrified when they heard this and they all looked at Lu Yin. That's right, he had not used his right hand at all. He had only used his left hand twice in this battle. Wu Wu was stunned. Bro, I'm impressed. He single-handedly defeated Fengjiu. Lu Xiaoyun and the others had also noticed this and they all looked at Lu Yin in amazement. Just how strong was he now? Lu Yin walked out of the battlefield and the star energy in his right arm was restored. The monkey's strange cry could be heard. Little sister Fengjiu, my little sister Fengjiu. Seventh bro, what did you do to her? I've taken care of her, Lu Yin answered. The monkey immediately wailed. Lu Yin frowned. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll block you. Seventh bro, she's your future sister-in-law. The monkey felt wronged. Lu Yin was speechless. Not too far away, Starsabil sized Lu Yin up with a strange gaze. Lu Yin felt uncomfortable under her gaze. Is something the matter? Starsabil smiled. Believe it or not, I can see two outcomes from your body. What do you mean? Lu Yin raised a brow. Starsabil smiled and stepped onto the battlefield. It was her turn next. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He was trying to be mysterious. Starsabil's appearance on the battlefield excited all of the Astral Combat Academy students. This was a guaranteed victory. There was no need to explain. Starsabil was invincible. This was common knowledge among all of the Astral Combat Academy students. She was the leader of Astral One and the Realm Master of the Lifeseek realm. Although most of the students did not know that she was Starsabil, this did not stop them from having more confidence in her than Lu Yin, regardless of who her opponent was. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.